let's get started. Uh, so welcome everyone to this session here today. There's a few things to do. First of all, well, the order of things. Let's start off with a few rules discussions to start things off fun. First of all, one thing that that kind of sprung up pretty like that came up a little bit surprisingly last time was the non-lethal fighting thing. So I declared that you would be able to do anything and declare it non-lethal. And we can discuss it whether we want that to be true still going forward, or if we want to bring it back to the basic rules. So the basic rules or like official rules in D&D 5th edition says that you can basically knock someone unconscious slash deal non-lethal damage to them with a melee attack. So if the final attack that brings them to 0 health is a melee attack, you can declare that to be non-lethal. That's how it is by the official rules. But the reason I would want to offer you the chance of doing this this house rule is so that Kotetsu, no, not Kotetsu, but KK is here as well. Welcoming KK. We were just discussing the non-lethal rule. So yeah, so the reason is so that characters who use range attacks, use range magic, stuff like this, so that they don't need to kind of stop fighting in that case, or kind of hold themselves back, so that you can all act in the same way, because otherwise it kind of puts characters who are good at melee fighting in a different position, because then you can have somebody who comes in swinging a huge warhammer and just smashing everything to pieces, like dealing insane amounts of damage, and then just saying, "Well, it's non-lethal." But then then the wizard comes in and throws in a small shock, and it brings somebody down to 0, and then they're dead because of that. So that's the reasoning behind it. But now we can choose as a group how we want to do it, because either way works, and like it's the like official ruling makes more sense in a way, unless you think about it too much, in the sense that somebody comes in with a great accent, cleaves somebody apart. But yeah. So what's everyone's thoughts about this?
I quite enjoyed the idea of our non-lethal beheadings, and I think it's fair, I guess. I'm not sure if that's the right word I'm looking for, but it means it's like makes more thematic sense, I think, if everyone is able to, because there's multiple ways to knock someone unconscious, be it through pain or throwing a rock at someone's head. You don't just have to hit them, because using a sword, it would be rather difficult to knock out someone in comparison to throwing a rock at their head. So I feel it's a good ruling that you've made.
I'm personally of the opinion that I'd rather stick with the official rules, because, well, part of it is that it doesn't make as much sense for me that somebody with a fireball can deal non-lethal damage. Like, it's an exploding ball of fire. Like, I don't understand how one can, unless you're an evocation wizard, in which case you're just making it avoid the person. But that part doesn't make sense to me. And the other part is that melee characters, while stronger early game, like at certain levels, after certain levels, get outclassed by ranged characters and spellcasters in turn. So that's why I feel it's a fair rule as is, because it gives them an avenue, an option that they can do without resorting to other means of fighting. While it makes an interesting headache for everyone else. that they have to rely on utility spells rather than damaging spells.
I'm sorry, what's going on?
Oh,
We're
we're
discussing the non-lethal rule. So
Oh,
how characters can, whether it is just melee characters that can knock them out, or whether you can knock people out with any sort of attack.
I was thinking that we could have like a damage threshold, and if you go beyond that, you die.
I
Or
mean,
if you
that
Well,
already exists.
oh
Yeah,
nice.
that's a different thing. It's more about like whether somebody can, you know, like we were doing last time, whether you can, you know, with like Mort's necrotic spells, if you can take someone down non-lethally or not. And it's the basic rule is that if some attack reduces an enemy's health to 0, then if it's a melee attack, then the player can choose whether it's non-lethal or not. But if it's anything else, they just die. That's the official rule.
I mean, you can. That doesn't really make sense, does it? Because if you use a bow and arrow, you can just shoot them in the knee, and then
I mean,
they take max damage, and then they just.
Yes, like thematically that does make sense, but D&D doesn't really have such a thing as called shot system, so that's why it's not in effect for ranged weapons.
I like the house rule. Oh, yeah, okay, because it definitely does, the official rule definitely does line up with like how you would go down in real life, but I think for the games, I think it's just better for the game if we're able to just declare non-lethal. But it's hard. It's hard to say. We have 2 melee heavy people.
yeah,
But
I relatively agree with Kotetsu. Just, I mean, not to argue the physics or the mechanics of a fantasy world, but in the sense of being able to have such control over like a magic missile to incapacitate someone rather than kill them, instead of just kind of being 5 feet away from someone and being able to like just cut them or maim them a little bit to disable them makes a bit more sense, rather than having like the cognitive capability to discern lethal magic from non-lethal magic. And I think it would help, and you can take it for a grain of salt because obviously I'm one of the melee characters, so you can say I'm biased, but I had a lot more fun and it was a lot more interesting trying to capture someone using spells and getting creative rather than just shooting them till they pass out. But again, I'll leave it up to you guys since it benefits me as well.
So far it seems like the group is pretty split on this, which is good that we can then discuss it. One thing that I was thinking about was that there is, of course, like we can try to figure out some sort of like middle road as well, in the sense that kind of what actually KK was sort of talking about in a way. One thing would be that we could say that, you know, a fireball, you can't like normally use it to like bring somebody down non-lethally. But if we're talking about like a character who's, you know, at above half health, and there's no reason for you to believe that, you know, the fireball is going to kill them, but you just happen to deliver, you know, just the right amount of damage to them to just kill them. At that point, we could argue that the spell could also just knock them out, instead of outright killing them. But if the enemy is, you know, already bloodied, if it's you know, below half its health, and you go in there and shoot a big nuclear spell at their face, then there's nothing they can really do about that. So that would be like a compromise suggestion as well.
How do you feel
about-
about non-magical things like arrows?
So are you talking about trying to discern like fire damage from slashing or piercing in that regard?
Yeah,
Like even
yeah,
like
I was
a
thinking
ranged
like,
attack as long as
yeah,
it deals.
it feels more reasonable for non-magical things to just say it's disabling. Like, I don't know, maybe there's an attachment on the front of the arrow
Well, no,
to make it less pointy or
it's
something.
assumed the same way as a sword. Like you have mastery over like the specific weapon, you can just aim for their knee, like HJ or I think KK said earlier. I can't remember who did, but yeah, that's reasonable to
Or how
say
about we
like.
have a system where Duke just decides whether it's lethal or not,
Well, because then it goes on a case by case basis, and we don't really
case by
want to
case
put dupe on
basis.
the
Yeah.
spot every time and say, okay,
Yeah,
why did this happen, but this didn't?
yeah, and I can't be deciding whether you want them to survive
Oh.
or not.
All right then.
I am also not quite being impartial because I do want to at one point make my automatic crossbow. And I want to use it. I want someone to use it all the time, and you can't do that if the arrows will immediately kill people.
Well, it just makes you a little more careful in
Yeah.
what you
Yeah.
do, and
Yeah, I know.
most of the time you don't. Well, yeah, more often than not, it's usually like the last person in a combat, or maybe once every few sessions, you'll try to knock someone out rather than, or incapacitate them rather than kill them. So
I mean, it also
true
fosters
as well.
good teamwork where you actually try to hold back and let the melee people take care of business at some point, either holding the line or going for the incapacitation because you don't want to accidentally kill them.
But no,
All right.
That is also true, and it actually has to do with something I'll talk about later as well. But that is true as well. But yeah, how about how about I propose that we're gonna have the ruling that the official rule stands, of course, that melee characters can do it. Then if using another kind of non-magical weaponry, basically bows, crossbows, whatever, as long as the like attack itself isn't doing magic, the weapon might be magical. But as long as the attack itself, isn't magical in origin, then that also follows the same rule. The same rule as the official rule. And then I can make the case by case, ruling if we are talking about a situation where you're not expecting, like if the party has declared clear intention that we're gonna try to not kill this one person, and then somebody accidentally throws an attack that is a little bit more powerful than they expected, then by case I can be like, okay, yeah, it's fine.
Maybe in that
So
case,
that
we
would
have
be
to
my
spend a turn for a medicine check.
perhaps.
You could roll for it. Like
Yeah,
if it's
to the guy.
50-50, you can just roll for it.
That's true as well. But yeah, that's kind of my proposal as a sort of a middle of the road. How's everyone feeling about this?
Yeah, why not?
it doesn't affect me, so I'll let you guys talk.
Non-magical weapons, right? I don't think we'll be finding too many of these. So yeah, sure.
HJ?
I will follow your ruling.
Okay, Kotetsu?
Sure.
All right. since everyone's everyone's kind of like, I'll let everyone else decide. We'll go with that then. So that's the official ruling. So basically, just remember that you can, with a ranged attack, with a bow, crossbow, whatever, you can do the same thing as melee characters can do. But then with magic, you gotta hold back. You can't just go in there with your biggest nuke to knock somebody unconscious. But if it happens by accident, it's probably fine. All right, good. There was two other mechanics in the game that I wanted to highlight. First of all, something none of you have done yet, but which you could have done, and which I want to remind, and also if you didn't know about it, tell you about it, is the help action. So something to remember, that you can always use an action to help somebody instead of, for example, outside of combat, you can use it to give somebody advantage on their skill check instead of, two people doing their own skill checks. So instead of somebody who's really good at something and somebody who isn't really that good at something trying to do the same thing, you can have the person who's less good at it help the one who's good at it. So you have a better chance of success that way. So that is something that you might want to use quite a bit. And it also is an action in combat that you can use on your turn, which is actually something that ties kind of into this, in the sense that, if you're in the situation that you need to help a melee character knock somebody out, you can just go in there and help them with it instead of trying to do it yourself. So they have advantage, and they have a better chance doing things.
Better
so
chance
remember
of crit.
that too. Remember that that as an option, and also inspiration is something. Inspiration is a mechanic which is kind of one of the least defined in 5th edition, where I can decide to give one of your characters inspiration based on, if you role play particularly well or something like that. I don't really have any sort of hard set rule for what grants you inspiration, but it's something that you might get at some point. And inspiration it allows you to then, at any point, you can choose to use it to re-roll an ability check or attack roll or saving throw. You can then at any point use that to re-roll one of those, and that uses the inspiration. Or then you can also choose to give the inspiration to somebody else if you feel like they've done something really cool. But yeah, basically, yeah, you at some point you might get it or not. But that's it for the I guess pre-session stuff here. Let's get into the actual game, and let's start by talking about what happened last time. So who wants to summarize last session and what exactly happened?
Okay, I'll go. So we asked the Adventurers Guild in, I forgot the name of the city. Yeah, we asked them what's up, and they diverted us to 3 different quests, which we took the easiest one, obviously. And the quest that we took had us go into the sewers because there were some unnatural sounds coming out of them. So we entered the sewers, found some bandit headquarters in the middle of the sewers. We knocked on the front door, and they asked us for a password, which we guessed wrong. We then broke down the door, yeah, without caring if they're actually just some guys, some gopniks in a sewer, or bandits. And then immediately the weakest people in our party charged forward after the door was broken.
That is true. That's
because
exactly what
naturally that is a gamer move. Yeah, throughout all this,
Except
we
Mort stayed back behind the door for like 3 rounds.
yeah. So the bard and the artificer move forward first. We were fully prepared to use you as use your character as a human shield, but yeah, we didn't really do that. Basically, your character casted the spell that gave Mort 2+2 to AC, and that I'm not Mort. What's the
Mervin.
artificer's name?
Mervin.
I'm so
Mervin.
sorry.
His
Mervin
name is
+2 to,
Mervin.
and you saved his life with that spell.
There's so many attacks I would have hit.
Yeah, after we finally managed to get the fighting people in the front lines and the non-melee weapon specialists out of danger, which required our bard to use 3 uses of the sleep spell. We managed to take down 11 bandits, including one bandit boss guy that had shiny armor. That I don't really know the statistics of that. It's medium heavy, I think. And from interrogating the bandit people, we came to know that they're part of this shady dark brotherhood-esque guild, which is just called the Guild. We don't really know too many details about the Guild. We also know that they're meeting their boss, the head bandit, the one with the shiny armor. Told us that he was going to meet their boss at the specific shrine uh, the next day evening. What else have we got? I'm sure I wrote it down.
Then
The
we locked them
Shrine
up.
of Damascus.
Oh yeah, the Shrine of the Mask. And the name of the bandit, the name of the person that the bandit boss was supposed to meet was called D. Bartok. Yeah, apart from the fight, that's all we did.
We did lock them all up in a room after the
Oh
fight.
yeah. After we knocked them out unconscious, we chucked them in a room and barricaded it. And this is where we ended it up. Like we chucked food and water so they won't starve. There's supplies in the room, and we gave them a note saying, "We'll let you out in 3 days. If we see any damage to the door, you guys are in trouble, etc., etc."
Yep, that's pretty much all that happened. Also, Frid found a potion, and I actually incorrectly said that you wouldn't be able to identify the potion outside of a short rest, but for potions you actually can. You can just like give it a quick taste and you can know what it is. Except that when you're doing that, if you're not if you're not using a full short rest to like investigate the potion further, I don't know how you would do that, but you know, looking at it, if you're just like using a quick sip to figure out a quick taste to figure out what it is, I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is. I will tell you what kind of a potion it is. Like if it's a potion that you know has different levels of strength, you're not going to know how strong it is unless you use a short rest to figure it out. A short rest is also something you probably want to take now, just as a kind of start to the adventure. I think you would probably have. I think you were talking about it taking a short rest right now, which is actually the first time we're taking a short rest. So during a short rest, basically you can experiment and investigate any like magical items you have. As one example, which you have the armor, which you don't know yet what it is. So one person could do that, try to figure what it is, and also one person could try to figure out the potion as well. And in addition to that, you can also use your hit dice to recover health. And
All
anything
enemy
else that
score on top
happens
just followed.
happens during your short rest for your class, if you gain any sort of like benefit from it. And hold on, Fried had something about short rest, right?
Song of Rest. I'll put it in chat. So if I do that, then anyone who expends hit dice gains an extra 1d6 hit points.
Lovely.
Is this the part where I say, imagine taking damage?
But yeah, you are now taking a short rest. It takes like
that means
an hour-ish of just kind of downtime, and you're resting up. And
Does anyone know what you type in to roll 2 die at the same time? 2 different die?
Two
Like,
and
what's
then
the
down.
Pardon?
What's the shorthand in the chat?
/R and 1d, I don't know, whatever dice you're using, plus 1d, whatever other dice you're using.
you should be able to just use the character sheet for.
Yeah, but
rolling
I
the
want
hit
to add
dice.
the d6.
Just,
like
I
this.
think, if I'm not mistaken, Frid rolls that, and then it's the same for everyone.
Oh, right, sure. Okay.
Okay. Where is it telling me to roll? It's not got a roll button, so I'll just roll a d6.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Oh, wonderful.
Well then.
It's this, isn't it?
You don't need the additional roll.
Oh, yeah. But if you wanted to, you could do that.
If you wanted to, yes.
Yeah, but you can just use the hit dice on the character sheet, because I think that also automatically deducts the hit dice from
Yeah, like that. I get it now. You have
From
to
there.
remove the roll in the second one.
That's cool. 6.
This one.
Wonderful. Does that bring me back up to full?
Hold on, what are you rolling? Okay.
Oh no, I was just trying to figure out how to roll 2 dice at one time.
Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah.
I'm back up to full. Yay!
Yay. But yeah, just
think-
remember to remove the hit dice from your pool. And so hit dice is something that you can use a hit dice, and then you can choose to use another hit dice after that. So you don't need to like choose that I'm going to use 3 if only one is actually required. So you can just roll one, roll another, so on and so on. And you have a certain amount of hit dice. And when you take a long rest, you recover half of that amount. So be warned in that sense that if you're taking if you're using a lot of hit dice, if you're going to 0, the next long rest is not going to bring you up to up to full.
Oh, interesting.
I don't quite get it. Wait. So hit dice are for short rest, and you need to have them for long rests as well? Sorry.
No, for you use hit dice on your short rest to heal up. During a long rest, you heal to full hit points, but your hit dice you only regain 50% of your maximum amount of hit dice. So if you have 4, if you have 4 hit dice and you've spent 3 during short rest, and then you have a long rest, you will only end up after that long rest with 3 hit dice out of your maximum 4.
Got it.
Yeah. All right, so you have recovered your healths. I'm guessing Celeste does not want to use a hit dice on this.
No, she's just 1 HP down, not something that's
Yeah.
going to be relevant probably.
One
And
scratch.
you get that bardic song of rest thing. So does he still get the 6 or?
I have to spend hit dice for that.
Oh.
Yeah, so when you're using hit dice, you gain the 1d6. In addition to whatever else you have recovered from your hit dice. So is anyone investigating these magical items you found? Question mark, question mark.
Do you need any kind of proficiency for it?
Nudge. No. So with magical items in general, like there's gonna be exceptions, but in general, when you find like your standard adventuring magical gear, you found this sort of piece of magical armor, whatever it is, you can use a short rest to just kind of, you will just sort of look at it. You'll kind of try it out, experiment with it, and figure out what its properties are. So most of the time you will be able to just use a short rest to identify what's up. The identify spell is something that allows you to do it kind of like faster, because a short rest is an hour long, and it takes a while to do it. So an identify spell is another choice for that. And also, like you can always, with magical items, you can always use them, even if you don't know what they do. And if it's something, if it's like a magical ring that requires you to speak a certain phrase to activate it, then you won't be able to use it. But if it's something like a suit of armor, you can just put it on, and whatever abilities it has probably work. Maybe not. Who knows? And also, it can be cursed. So who knows? But anyways, who's investigating which item?
I think the artificer should pick something, and so we'll know exactly what that is, and then depending on the role, we'll decide who investigates the other item. Is it intelligence?
There's no role to it. No, It's not a role. It's something that you get. It is. I'm just asking so I know like who's doing it.
I
So I know
will
who's
investigate the
doing it.
potion then. It's in my inventory, so might as well.
All right. So Frid licks the potion and dips a finger in there and everything, and figures out that it's a potion of healing.
I thought it was gonna definitely be cursed. Okay. After all that build up. Yeah. Nice.
Oh, and it's specifically a so potion of healing is you can chug it and you regain 2d4 plus 2 hit points.
That's pretty good.
And for the armor,
That would be a resident artificer.
Okay, so I'll roll investigation on it.
no. Again,
Sorry.
no
So
rolls
sorry.
needed.
Yeah.
No rolls needed. I just wanted to know kind of who's doing
Okay,
it.
great,
But
sorry.
okay, so Mervyn is investigating the armor.
Yes.
All right. So Mervyn, where's my things aren't working. Well, first of all, as Mervyn kind of looks at the armor a bit more, you notice that there's actually it was sort of hidden away, and the cling and clang of the scale mail itself was kind of hiding it. But as you took a closer look at it, you found that there was actually 6 gold pieces hidden away in a small pouch in the armor. So you can add the 6 gold pieces to your cart. So you have more money.
I'll do it.
And you find out that the armor is as far I'm trying to
What?
change it. Yeah. There we go. It is a scale mail of gleaming. Where's the thing to?
It's in the inventory.
Yeah, it's in the inventory. Oh, there we go. There we go. So scale mail of gleaming, basically it's scale mail, but it has a special property that is it never gets dirty.
Okay. Cool.
Wait, what does that AC 14 plus Dex Max 2 mean?
It's the ace. Basically, when armor gets like heavier, you get a cap on how much your dexterity can affect it. So if you have dexterity 20, you're not gonna get the full effect if you have scale mail armor on. You'll only get a +2 out of that dexterity.
And AC 14?
That's the AC of the
Yeah.
armor.
For some reason, the way they write out armor isn't a bonus to your AC. It changes the base of your AC, which I've always thought was a unnecessary and weird distinction.
Okay.
But
I
whatever.
mean, if we want to get into the nitty-gritty of it, it's there because they don't want it to stack with other forms of AC boost that you can get.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
So somebody's AC will turn into 14 if they wear this.
Yes.
14 and a maximum +2 if they have dexterity for it.
Does anyone want to equip this? Do you think it's worth lowering your dexterity for maybe a buff to your AC?
I mean, it depends on the character, to be honest. So some don't mind having a disadvantage on stealth, but others do.
Yeah,
So it's a personal
depends.
preference, really.
Yeah. Who has AC lower than 14 here? Is it worth having the dexterity and disadvantage?
I don't know. I'd rather just sell it, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should sell, but we should keep it for if we want to for our sting operation,
Yeah, exactly.
and then we can sell it. Okay. All right, so should we plan our sting operation?
What time of day would it be currently now?
It's like midday. Yeah, midday.
And is the meetup tonight or tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay. So is there something we should I know we just took a short rest. And I should have asked this before we did that. Is there something we want to do in between those two things?
Yeah, I mean, we could gather more information. We have a name. And we know we should probably scope out the place, the Temple to Mass,
Oh, sure. Okay.
to see what kind of crowd hang around there.
One suggestion I have is to actually leave someone here, 1 or 2 people, because if they come looking for them, in the case that we're not here, they might just release them.
I have
Sure,
an
well,
alarm set.
Yes,
So
well,
if
no,
we-
but
Yeah, but like, I mean, what are we going to be able to do? That whoever we leave here, if someone comes for them, that person's going to get captured or killed, and we're not going to be able to stop them if it's just one person here.
Can we booby trap this place?
now that's a good idea.
I think we're overthinking this, but yeah. What do you guys have in mind?
Well, a pitfall trap is out of the question.
So maybe a fire trap, something like that. Maybe something that shoots, like projectiles if you trip past a certain wire.
Do any of us have crossbows on us?
I do.
I do.
And we have an artificer whose job description it is to make things like this. So I think
Yes.
we could
What
do something.
can my magical? I cannot create bombs just yet.
Just
Um,
yet.
Shame.
We're gonna be planning terrorist operations after this.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, because I can't do my infusions yet. I can start doing them tomorrow. What can I do? I can do my snare spell.
The wonderful snakes.
My wonderful snare spell. I can do
What does your
Um,
snare spell do?
my snares I can I think I put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. My snare spell, I can make a rig for someone when they step in it. They get like hung upside down. Like a butcher's whatever you call it. Whatever butchers do. And then they just kind of hang there.
Yeah, until they get out.
Yeah, until
I
they
think
can
we
get
said
out.
make the dex saving throw.
Yeah. Dupe, you can decide if I can rig a different, like I have this one spell called Tasha's Caustic Brew, and I don't think it's meant to like be used like this, but you can tell me if it if I can rig it as like a put it in the chat.
As like setting up a trap using that.
Yeah. Doesn't do that much damage.
Well, it's so you see the duration. It says concentration 1 minute.
Ah, it does.
So-
yes, you're right.
It does last for a minute, and you also have to maintain.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it
I
would
have
it would
concentration on the alarm right now.
The
Yeah,
alarm
and
does
it's-
not
it's
require
also a-
concentration.
No.
It doesn't? I thought everything for ritual casting required concentration.
No, no.
No,
Some
it's
do, some don't.
just
Okay.
usually 10 minutes on top of the 1 minute the spell takes. That's all you have to contribute to it.
Awesome. Okay, so my alarm is just there.
But yeah, no, you wouldn't be able to use the spell in that way.
Whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I can.
Oh,
Well, we could rig a crossbow. We could leave a crossbow here and rig that. I'm sure we can do that.
Do we need to though? I'm thinking not, because who's meant to come?
And if we forget about our booby traps, that
Well,
would
no,
be
that
pretty painful.
won't likely happen. But like, who are we expecting to come down into the sewers into this place?
I don't know. Maybe someone else is expected somewhere, and
Oh, these
maybe not
guys,
all.
or
Yeah, maybe not all of the members are here right now.
well, we
so if
asked
someone...
that. We did ask that, and he said this
Oh.
is the leader
This is
said
every-
this is everyone who is in
Oh,
his
you're
group.
right. You're right.
so
That's-
depending on how long it could take for us to get back to the guild, we can just inform them that we have the bandits held here. See how long it takes to get a group down here to retrieve them.
Mm.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
no,
think that's the most sensible option.
That's probably for the best.
All right.
Didn't they
Say don't want to leave
kidnap
anyone
people?
behind.
I'm sorry, didn't the bandit leader and the bandits, didn't they say that they're gonna be released pretty much immediately because they don't really care about their underground operation, something like that? That's why we had to tie them up, remember?
Yeah, they said that they were in league with the cops, and so if they got turned into the cops, they would just leave.
When
But the
did
Adventurers
they
Guild might be different.
say That
I could have sworn they
That's
said
something
that.
we can try and figure out when we get there, rather than spending time here, see, okay, do we have any authority to hold people, or do we just turn them over to the police that they claim that they're aligned with? City guard, city watch, whatever you want to refer to them as.
All right. I think we should just leave them here until the sting operation is over. Let's not put any traps behind or something apart from the alarm. And let's just proceed like that.
Awesome.
Because they could be in league with the cops. They might not be in league with the cops. They're not going to die if they're there for 3 days. We've made sure of that. So let's just move along.
Okay.
So you decide to leave the sewers. Without setting up any sort of traps or anything weird like that. The alarm is still there for 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And,
you leave
and presumably I go back at the end and set it again.
What is it?
You said last time I could just say that I renew it. When I have to go back down to the sewers. But I could just, at the end of the 8 hours, go back down, reset it.
Yeah,
that.
you would have to you would have to actually come in here and do it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Can I? Yeah.
Um,
Assuming we don't get detained in the next 8 hours, can we just say that I do it?
We don't know how far away we will be in.
Yeah.
So we'll
Okay.
just...
All right.
yeah,
well,
no,
we'll
yeah,
play
no.
by ear.
You I'll need you. I can like tell you if it's coming up, but I'll need you to let me know that you're actually doing it, because you need to actually come in here with the whole group. Or well, you can also come in alone, but anyways, you're gonna have to actually travel in here, and that might play into something. But as you leave the sewers, you notice 2 things are missing as you leave. The giant rats, they aren't here anymore. They scurried off somewhere. And
They've gone to
and
the
then
Rat King.
Back to the Rat King. So you leave the sewers, and I'll plop you back on the city map here. And what is your next destination then?
Most likely the guild, right?
Yep.
Sounds
All
good.
right,
And
all right. Plop, you end up back at Adventurers Guild.
then as we approach, I'll just kind of bump the other Dragonborn on the arm and say, "Come on, do your thing." As we're approaching the guards or the entrance.
Is the thing breathe your dragon breath, or
No, no, just as he so stated, very much in the first session that he was going to do most of our wooing and talking.
I know.
What wooing needs to be done towards the guards at the moment? Or
No,
at the
no.
entrance?
So if Fred gives me a confused look, I'll say, just explain to them the situation.
Okay. Wouldn't this be better to do at the reception though? Or just the
Perhaps.
people by the doorman, I'm assuming, or is there
say,
who's outside?
Whoever we would go to talk about the quest.
Yeah, you have a fair like knowledge of who to talk to and such. So what is it exactly that you want to do right now? And I can tell you who you can go to talk to.
Go to whoever is in charge of acknowledging that we finished a quest, and because would we be going to the guild master once we completed a quest, or just the receptionist to like collect payment and work out and clarify details and whatnot?
So it would be whoever gave you the quest. Usually it is the handler of the quest, but since this was coming from the guildmaster themselves, you would go there. Yeah.
Okay, then let's go there to the guildmaster.
All right. So you're back at the guildmasters, and go ahead.
Hello, Ashan. I believe we've completed one of your jobs you had. We went into the sewer and we found something rather interesting.
Tell me more.
There was a bandit base there. We apprehended them and currently have them tied up with provisions in their base. They confessed to us various crimes and said they had plans of future endeavors. We would like to know what you would like us to do next regarding them.
Very good job. I believe we could. Do you have any information of whether they were acting alone or were they under orders from somebody? What is the bigger picture here?
Their leader told us they are part of the guild, they said. We did not get a name for their guild, just that it is the guild. Their leader, named Narb, will be meeting or was planned to meet with his leader called Bartok tomorrow night to get more information about what to do next. And we have the option to meet Bartok in a place of Narb, as one of our party has the ability to appear as Narb. But there is, regardless of whether we do that or not, we still have 11 captives down in the sewer.
Very good. The guildmaster is taking notes of all of this. I will hand down this information to the handlers in the guild who can see if any other groups have heard of anything pertaining to this particular issue, and your plan sounds good, that you could go and investigate this further by meeting this Bartok person. Yes, very, very good job.
Does he recognize the name Bartok?
No.
Thought it could be like a nobleman or something. Never mind. All right. Who can cast the disguise spell?
I can, and I'm almost positive Fred can as well.
I
Right.
likely could. I don't know if I have. I don't have the spell known.
Prepared.
Yeah, prepared.
Do you get to switch out spells, like known spell? Do you have access to? There are some classes where known spells isn't really a thing. You just have access to all of them. You just have to have some prepared. And then there are some classes where you have a set of known spells.
I don't believe so.
Don't know.
I mean, if you have it, it's fine. We
Yeah.
don't need two people pretending to be one person. Also,
yeah, but I would bet your performance is better.
Yeah, that's what you mean.
Wait, you can't cast it on him?
No, it's self.
Let me check Bard quickly then.
Yeah, you have a number of, so at second level you have 5 spells known. You can't replace them. It's like the sorcerer rather than wizard.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. I can still give you bardic inspiration. So,
Alright.
It's gonna, yeah, that's not. Jeez, it's like, oh, I can't disguise self. It's fucking useless.
um,
All right.
one thing I made a mistake when reading out from my notes. Bartok is the leader of a different bandit group, not Narb's leader. Narb's leader is unnamed as far as we currently know. Bartok is the name of a leader of a different cell, I guess, of bandits.
He
So-
gives Nard jobs, doesn't he? So
No, because he said, "Did Bartok put you up to this?" Because Bartok's suspicious, like higher, I believe, like maybe one tier higher up from the interaction we had with him. Well, regarding the interaction we had with Narb, it made it sound like Bartok was the leader of his own cell, but maybe a slightly bigger or more important cell. But Bartok is not directly the leader of Narb, so just had to clarify that. If anyone.
okay. So shall we scope out the place and decide where we're gonna stand when the interaction is gonna take place? And we also need to buy robes for disguise purposes.
We have his armor.
You're gonna wear his armor.
Yeah, I'm gonna
The
wear his
rest of
armor.
us are gonna pretend like
I was thinking you guys could just hide.
We might be
Because
able to.
that would be
Because
very
he's-
suspicious.
Well, he said to come alone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Give
we're
my-
just gonna be standing conveniently nearby in
Oh,
shadows.
I see. I see. Okay.
And like
Okay.
those spies wearing those
Sure.
newspapers and just
Yeah.
chilling there.
All
Yeah,
right.
something
Fine.
like that.
Okay. Fine. You got.
So,
we'll buy
I-
disguises for everyone.
So one thing about the disguise self spell is that it also allows you to disguise your armor, so you don't need to be wearing the armor. Just as a side note, there is
Okay.
no benefit for you to do that.
Especially since it has such a big disadvantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your charisma modifier? Just
think
asking.
I'm pretty sure it's +1.
So we're not completely screwed. Okay.
No, it's fine. It's okay.
I mean, another option is if I'm able to cast Charm Person on them, then we kind of bypass the need to fool them. But
Yeah.
that's
It's-
not guaranteed to work, and it's only
It's
20.
not a long-term option, is it? And worst case
Never
scenario.
mind.
Well,
Take it
so-
back. My charisma modifier is 0.
That's all right. We have our initial plan of how we're gonna get there, but what are our goals? Do we want to try and capture him and get information? I mean, if he said we have to come alone, he may not be coming alone. He might have backup. But what were some of the ideas? Did you just want to try and capture him and go from there, or what were we thinking?
We want to
Um,
follow the chain of command, right?
Until
Find out
we
who
meet
his
the
boss
president
is.
of the guild
Yeah.
or whatever the guild is. It guild master? No. But we have
Essentially,
no real idea what we're gonna do when we meet the president.
Yeah.
Well, that's why
Guildmaster.
we'd like to have some goals rather than show up and then play it by ear when people are hiding. I don't know, a spell might not work out, that kind of ordeal.
we ideally want to find out as much information as possible before
Making a decision.
we want to
No, that's
find out as much as we can whilst we have the disguised individual. If and when they realize something is wrong, then we can kind of like if they aggressively realize that it's a different person and that this is clearly some kind of trap, then we move to capture, and we can do the charm person at a later date in a secure location. So the objective should be to non-lethally capture this person as an end result. If the cover gets blown, and we should definitely have a signal. It's maybe something small like a hand gesture or something, so it's non-verbal and can be seen from far away. That tells us we need to spring into action and help capture. But if we can let the person go, then that might be advantageous depending on the situation. I don't know all the
That's
details.
exactly what I was looking for. So as long as people understand their roles. So Mervin obviously would be in charge of the essential interrogation and maintaining spells. So then Kate can think about what Mervin would do in that situation, and so we'd
Yes.
at least be a little prepared rather than just kind of
Yeah.
caught on our heels.
Yeah.
And then our responsibility is just make sure Mervin is safe and to engage if anything goes wrong. And we have the capture ruling, so it would most likely be me and Lars and Celeste that would be probably the main people engaging. How does that sound, Katetsu?
That sounds. That actually sounds quite good. But we should probably go to the place itself and check for places of hiding first.
Absolutely. Awesome.
We should prepare for when, if she can completely bluff her entire way through, and in that case, he's gonna give her a job, presumably, like steal this.
Yeah, there
do
was
that.
a jewelry store that they were going to talk about robbing it. So we know
we have to
that going
decide-
in.
Yeah, sorry, and we have to
yes.
decide if we're gonna let him go or not, because if he's sufficiently high on the chain of command, the entire guild might send assassins or whatever after us.
Yeah.
That could be pretty bad.
I think we should let him go and follow him, maybe.
How confident is everyone at being able to follow him?
Not very.
What do you mean by follow him? Like just track where he goes, or
most likely track and remain stealthy.
Yeah, if need be, that's an option. But
I'm fairly confident that I'd be able to, but depends on how well trained he is.
I don't think we'll be able to track him. That's the thing.
Would
None
a
of us are
friendly
that good at stealth.
acquaintance tell us the information we need? Do we think? Like, because a charm person makes the target into regard you as a friendly acquaintance. So, do we think a friendly acquaintance would tell us where their base is and the other information we need to know? Or do we want to get it straight from the horse's mouth and just follow?
I mean, that would highly depend on how under threat the friendly acquaintance feels. Because, and this is me thinking of the worst case scenario, what if this were actually in over our heads, and this guild that we're talking about is some massive, sprawling, multi-level organization that deals in trafficking and other whatnot, ne'er-do-well things people might do, that they might have one of the things where if you talk about the guild, you die.
Oh.
Okay, this is what I think we should do, assuming that we managed to success and we just bluff our way completely through. Obviously, we'll have to meet him again to present him the item that he wants, right? He wants the jewelry store robbed. I mean, some kind of gemstone is what he's after. And then we can get him, assuming it's a success.
So we do the robbery.
You want to commit the
No,
crime.
we don't do the robbery. We...
Oh, like minor illusion,
we pretend. Maybe we can collude with the jewelry store owner or something like that. We're tracking some bad guys.
Yeah.
I just personally say let's stick within our own abilities rather than perhaps relying on the charity of an expensive jewelry store that's worth robbing. But
no, we don't rob the place at all. We just...
No, but you're saying kind of collaborate with the jewelry store owner as...
We don't really have to do that either. We can just...
No, I'm saying that's what you offer. I'm just saying stay within our own facilities and what we're capable of.
I want to, when I talk to him, my plan is to get more details on the jewelry store and maybe covertly ask him not who his boss is, but what his boss thinks about this. Because that would be incredibly suspicious if I asked him who his boss is, but maybe in like a another way, get details about his boss, and then it's done. He thinks we're gonna do the, or he thinks I'm gonna do the job, and then he leaves. And I think it is worthwhile to, when he leaves, follow him, see where he goes.
We
But who
probably
should
have
do
to.
that?
Okay. Works for me.
So
And if he catches on, attack.
You're definitely screwed if he catches on, because
He
only one
catches-
person is following, right? It'll be a duel, and if he's stronger than a level 2 character, we're pretty screwed.
Yeah, we can have let's see which. This would be both my spells tomorrow if I did Disguise Self and Expeditious Retreat. How long does Expeditious Retreat last? It also needs concentration. Oh no, that up to 10 minutes. Oh. Oh, it's me. It's only me. Shoot, itself. Okay, never mind. Or if he spots us, just run really fast.
So we want to go to the location to scout out. Once we've scouted it out, I guess we talk again to like sort of script out what questions we want asked, and then I guess that would be the day. Or correct me if I'm wrong, anyone.
Yeah, I mean, I
That's
just have
basically.
you just have the contingency that if he does show up with a bunch of people, then the plan is just to have Mervyn do the best that he can, and then just get him out and try to leave without a confrontation, and then perhaps
Yeah.
reapproach if there's another meeting time, and just go from. Well,
Yeah.
unfortunately, there's a lot of different things that may happen, so we just have to plan and have, unfortunately, the spotlight on Mervyn for
Wait,
deciding on what's going on.
I have an idea.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yes, Celeste.
What about if we make two signals, two types of signals?
Yeah.
One signal tells us that it's safe and you don't need to interfere or you don't need to follow him, and the other one tells us it's safe and you probably should follow him.
Interesting. Interesting idea, yes.
So
Yes, I like that idea.
yeah,
Yeah.
what do you want the signals to be?
I was thinking of like scratching the head from the back of the head. So if, let's say, if the right hand does it, it means everything is safe and no need to follow. And if it's the left hand that scratches the back of the head, it's everything is safe, but you should probably follow.
Okay. And then I just scream if something's really gone wrong.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Perfect.
Fantastic.
Well,
So left is follow. Let me write this down.
I wouldn't scream because that would give away the moment of surprise for us.
No, but I mean, I scream if he's like completely made me and he's like moving towards me to attack.
Yeah.
That's when I scream.
Of basically the engage scream.
Yeah, that's the go in. Although if he has a bunch of people with him, I will probably just cast Expeditious Retreat on myself and run as fast as I can, and then no one actually engages. But if he's by himself, I think it's fine. We can attack him if things go wrong.
All right, so we have our plan and a couple contingencies.
So let
Ready
me
to
clarify again. Left hand is follow him, and right hand is don't follow him.
Yep.
Okay, got it. Okay, lovely. Okay. All right.
Then we're ready
Okay.
to scout out the area.
So you want to head to the shrine?
Yes.
All right. So you leave the guildmaster's room where you sat on the floor discussing plans for 5 hours, and and you head out. But where are you heading?
Oh, we don't know where it is.
Wait, what was it? The Shrine of
Shrine of
Damascus?
Damascus.
Shrine
Oh,
of
no.
Mask.
Quickly pop back into the guildmaster's office and, excuse me, would you happen to know where the Shrine of Damascus is?
Yes, the guildmaster shows where the shrine is located on your map. Oops, the whole map's moving. Hello. Wrong layer. So yes, you now know that it is in the southeastern part of the city here.
Okay.
So you wish to move over there then, I guess.
Yes.
So you arrive at the shrine. It's still early afternoon, you know. Not much time has gone. The shrine itself is a relatively it's a building, but it's not like insanely big, insanely like preposterous or anything. It's kind of like it's the size of, you know, a few rooms or something like that. It's this stone structure which is quite plain on the outside, but you do see some symbols on it, symbols which some of you might recognize as the symbols of Mask, the deity, and yeah, from the outside, the area seems like a fairly busy place in the city. There's people walking around. There seems to be overall a very what's the word for it? Residential kind of area. So there's a lot of people just milling around, living their lives. For the shrine itself, it's not exactly the busiest place. There's a few people inside. You see, you know, a few people move in and out, but there's not like a big crowd moving around. You take note that there is a guard posted outside. Outside the only entrance to the place that you can tell there is.
Are we there at the relative time of day that the meeting will be at the next day?
No.
Okay. All right. So we'll just assume everything's the same, but okay. So one guard in the front.
Yeah, by the door, yeah.
Okay. And then around back, is there a guard? We go
No,
around.
as far as you can tell, there is only one entrance to the place, and
Okay,
that is
okay.
the only place with a guard.
And Mask is the god of what exactly?
Shadows and thieves, and is like I explained last time as well. Mask is a deity that is worshipped by thieves and such folk, but it is also he's also worshipped by just ordinary people who want to protect themselves against thieves. So, you know, people would go to a shrine of Mask to kind of bring a little a gold piece or something as an offering, and being like, hey, please, not me. Please have the thieves rob my neighbor instead of me. That kind of stuff. So that kind of explains why the shrine is erected here in the first place. So yeah, it's just a place for the citizens to kind of come and hope that they don't get robbed. Mask himself is considered. It's kind of like it kind of depends on who you ask, but it's generally considered to be either leaning a bit evil or then just leaning a bit chaotic and leaning a bit neutral and not so evil because of this other aspect. But it kind of depends on who you ask what they think of the deity.
All right. Can we enter the shrine?
You can. The god is not there to stop you or anything. They are just observing the areas.
Okay. Is there a map or
No.
That's a door.
Yeah, all right. So inside, it is again. It's the same size inside as outside. Nothing like that going on here. It's a pretty simple place. It's mostly like a stone structure with a few like pillars here and there. There is like a second floor at the end. So it's, what would I say, like conversion it's like 50 feet tall, 50 meters tall. So there's two stories to it. It's the big one you're all on, and then at the kind of far end from the door there's these two balconies on the sides, and there's a small like altar like thing there in the middle of it all, and mostly it's quite plain. There's not much in terms of like decorations or furniture or anything like that around. It is very much a place where people just come in and maybe meditate a little bit, leave an offering or something like that. And you do see, again, like a few people milling around, doing their things. You don't see anyone who would be like in charge of the place. And in general, that these kinds of smaller shrines don't usually have anyone who is, assigned to them as a cleric or priest or anything like that. That they are just there sort of as shrines erected for the deity.
right? So it's just cool for normal people to just be staying there at any given time, and there's no authority figure. So we'll probably have to be outside the door if we're gonna be there. So I don't know if visual gestures will work.
There's a balcony inside, right? You said?
Yeah, two balconies. Like at the end, there's stairs that go up and then split in two places. But those two balconies are not connected to each other.
Oh, I see. Okay. So we could have one or two people hiding up there. Although, no, because then it would be harder to get out.
But
They
just
could jump. They could
just to
jump to get to the exit.
yeah, just to explore on the second level, is there any reasonable place that someone could hide, whether it be behind like a pillar or anything?
Or
Yeah, like
we
there's
could off.
there's no like place to hide from somebody if they were to like walk up there. But you could stay hidden from anyone on the lower floor easily in there, because you would just like go into a corner or something like that and they wouldn't see you.
Okay.
Does the shrine have windows?
No.
Okay.
So then I'll as our group of 5 just kind of in the shrine, I'll try to pull everyone to the side and say, so it looks like it would be difficult for all of us to hide. I wonder if this place is busy around the meeting time, so some of us can pose as just worshippers or bystanders and see what everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we should definitely make sure no one's at the back so that he'll be in between them and the exit.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is
But
only one
he
exit.
said to meet alone, right? I'm assuming he'll wait for everyone to clear out,
So
and then he'll make.
alone, that's why I just like to see if there's. Well, we should see if there's people around the meeting time to see if it would be very, very conspicuous if other people were there around that time, because then we could just, I mean, kind of linger and be around for the meeting rather than trying to hide in a temple in a
Yeah,
shrine.
but we'll have to look like we're doing religious things.
Yeah.
Uh,
So another aspect we'd have to do, and obviously we have until the next evening, would
I
be
mean,
to get a cloak so we don't have, two dragonborns with a big ass loot, big great sword shield, just kind of
just
mulling
there,
about.
lighting
Yeah.
candles.
Yeah,
Not at all suspicious.
I mean,
and
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you're seeing anyone like that right here, right now, other than yourselves. But it wouldn't be like entirely out of the ordinary for someone a little bit more like kitted out, an adventurer of the guild,
Mhm.
that somebody like that would be here for some reason. Of course, like what they are doing is a different question and all of that, but just so you know that
I
the
just
like in the mere presence of someone, you know, wouldn't necessarily alarm anyone.
I just imagine the extras just kind of like sweeping the air instead of doing anything productive. But yeah, I'm sure we can look convincing. So is that our plan for the actual shrine and how we are going to kind of blend in for the
What
four of
is
us?
the ceiling like?
Spider-Man.
It's it's also just like plain stone. It's basically a dome-ish, yeah, a dome-ish kind of thing. I don't know what you call it when a dome isn't a dome, but instead, or is it a dome still?
A vaulted
Basically,
Yeah, I
it's
think you.
ceiling?
yeah,
Where it's like
it's basically not, it's the whole place isn't a square. It's a rectangle. So, but yeah, it's like a rounded,
Got it.
vaulted, dome-ish
And how well lit
stone
is it up
ceiling.
there?
In the ceiling,
Yeah.
not very dim light.
And how high up is the ceiling? Like, if you're just talking to someone or looking straight, would your peripheral vision see the ceiling?
Could you see a dragonborn hanging from the ceiling? Is what he's asking.
Not word for word. But...
Hold on. Wait. I'm trying to figure out if you could do it, but I don't have that kind of distance in my apartment here. But I mean, maybe. Like if you saw something, it depends on where you are standing in relation to something else. But basically, yes, you could possibly see something in your peripheral vision, and notice if it was like moving around or something like that. So it depends, but it's so it's 15 meters tall, like 50 feet tall, pretty much, give or take.
was your plan to
And
do it with a rope, or do you have some sort of magical means of
Oh no, I was thinking more of
Levitating.
Celeste doing it as a more physical person, smaller build than me, Dragonborn. And in terms of blending in, I think it would be easier for two geared up Dragonborns to be there together, like chatting and praying together, rather than an individual. I feel like going in a group of a pairing of the same species, like, because I assume Dragonborns are more exotic than humans, for example. So I'm assuming that two together worshipping would be maybe a bit less standouty-ish than one on their own, just with a sword, when this guy is there to meet with someone to do illicit activities and meeting. So
Right.
I can,
that was
yeah,
my thought
absolutely.
process.
I completely agree.
I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so then Celeste
Hold on a
hides.
second. Hold on a second. HJ, give me a and actually also yeah, HJ and Brody, give me perception checks.
Okay.
What do your dragonborn eyes see?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Nothing and
Hey,
something.
if we add them
So-
together, it's an at 20.
Let's get at him.
That's
Lars is
okay.
I can't even see the party members standing next to me.
So
That's not paying
So-
attention.
as you are discussing this, Lazardin does realize that you haven't really seen actually almost like any dragonborns around. Like you've seen a few, but you haven't really seen many of them in here in this city, in the areas you've been to.
Then I will just, I'll point that out. I'll again just kind of lean into Pride and say, do you realize that we're the only dragonborn in this part of the city, let alone this shrine?
Yeah, that is funny. Maybe we're just hunted for sport. I don't know.
So, so that's a bit grim, but I suppose we'll keep our eyes out.
They hate us for our family lineage. Who was your parents, if you don't mind me asking?
I'll keep it quiet. Well, unfortunately, I was taken in by a church. I don't know my parents, but we're all descendants of Muhammad one way or another.
Sure, yeah, totally, yeah.
And then as he's kind of like kind of wrapping his head around that, I'll say, or at least I like to believe so, and then give him a little joking little chuckle. Around a bit. I'll say, is everyone good here? Kind of look in our small group.
Yeah. So I have my little itty bitty map here. So if that's the door and then that's the staircase, these two are the balconies. So then Celeste can either hide in the ceiling or at like the edge of one of these two balconies. So if shit goes sideways, she can just jump down because it's only 2 stories, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two, right?
Yeah, okay.
So
Isn't it 50 feet?
I
yeah,
heard
the whole
15
building.
feet.
50 feet
Oh.
for
For
the
the balcony.
whole like building, but
Okay.
the second floor is like 20, something like that.
Yeah, 20. Yeah, each story
Yeah,
is
something
roughly
like that,
10
yeah.
feet. Yeah.
Or maybe we should have a ranged
but-
person sitting on the balcony.
Yeah, no,
So
Celeste has
so let
hand
me
axes.
let me let me first of all, I'll note to Kate's map because since you are seeing this, I'm not gonna just leave it to your own guesswork. The balconies do not extend to the back end of the shrine. They are just like at the other end. So they're just like small, like you can imagine they are like small corners up there.
Okay.
On the back end of it. And also,
I was imagining like sort of like a wraparound thing, but yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
not the balconies. That would be a bad idea because then she would have to get past whoever it is to get to the exit.
In my mind, she
but
would climb.
also, I wanted to mention about this ceiling. I don't know how you are imagining it right now, but I cannot really imagine how Celeste would be hanging out in the ceiling. It's like a dome, a stone dome with nothing to hang on to or anything. So,
There's no
like,
beams.
it's just no, it's just like sheer stone. There's no beams going about it or anything. So you would have to
the
be
way I'm imagining it.
the Spider-Man,
is-
or you would have to have some sort of magic to hang out in the ceiling.
If there's no beam, we'll make
Spider
our
climb.
own beam.
climbing up on top of a door frame would be some height, but that wouldn't really be high enough. And then from there, I'm assuming in this plan that Celeste is going to get a natural 20 on a acrobatics check, and then it's just going to work out. Alternatively, to like. Are there like, how big are the bricks? Because you would be able to like I'm assuming human females have small enough fingers to be able to like wedge them between the bricks in the roofing, and then Celeste being strong, hopefully would just be able to like stay there.
Maybe just like up a few
On
feet
the
up in the corner, like
Yeah. Something like that.
on the wall.
That's way
You
too
could
risky.
try to on the wall. You could try to climb it up, and if you rolled really high, you could maybe like hold on to some random stones there and just hang on to the wall without any aid. You would probably want to have some sort of way of like holding on to something or anything.
Say,
But also, when you start going up into the dome of the building, at that point it's like I don't know what the word for it is, but it's not like there's nothing you can hold on to. It's just like flat stone surface. So like, not only is it just like there's nothing to hold on to, it's not like bricks that you that have cracks between them or anything, but also it starts to then go up in a it's smooth stone, and it also starts then going up in an angle. So not only would you be trying to hold on to nothing, you would also be holding on to something that is like inclining backwards, which if I understand any of my friends who have been doing like bouldering is not a good time.
what do y'all think about this plan? We knock out the guard out front, and then Celeste is there instead.
That's better. That's way better than anything we've come up so far.
Well, if that's contingent on a few things. One, that the guard is meant to be there at nighttime, or at nighttime at all. Two, that the guard isn't part of the thief's like crew. If it is a location that he's going to like discuss job details with, it wouldn't be out of the question for him to have an inside guy standing outside to give him a heads up or something if something goes down. If this is like a regular meeting spot. Alternatively, and here's another thing: what are we going to do with a guard? We can't just attack a guard for no reason. That's
I
not
was thinking
really.
like 10 minutes before the meeting, just like knock him out and tie him up like behind the building.
That's still
say.
assaulting a guard.
Yeah, no. Lars would have a problem involving an innocent bystander.
Fine. Okay.
So
Just in
Yeah.
the
We
respect
have
of
to bring
like,
our own
just-
dumpster as well to chuck him in. So that's
not a
fun.
bad idea. Always keep that in the back burner
um,
next time.
we should,
we-
however, speak to the guard to find information about whether he or someone else will be there at night time, and what. I mean, it will save us the role playing coming back at night if we ask how many people come to the shrine at night time,
Right.
instead of leaving, coming back, and then having to
I
leave
think
again.
if we pretend to have a meeting at night, we can just tell him, can we have a meeting at night here? And he'll directly tell us.
Again, the only concern I have with that would just raising any concerns to the guard if he was, I think, like Kate said, it was a tip man. So if he was on the payroll and he would say, "Hey, some really conspicuous people are in there," that kind of
Or
thing. So I think if we
could,
just use our eyes and
They've been
see
chiseling
ourselves.
footholds in the wall.
can we
I
maybe we can make a generous donation to his children's college funds or something like that.
Oh, interesting.
Well, I meant more of like selective questioning.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So
And he might get suspicious. That's the
Yeah,
main concern.
Lars would suggest that if you were to do that, to do it by yourself, as the
yeah.
other four of us kind of go about our business.
Okay, I'm going to go up to the guard and ask, sir, it's a bit crowded for my liking currently. Is the shrine open for during the evenings and night times?
Yes, yes. The guard replies to you. The shrine is open throughout the day, all day, all night.
And would it be quieter in the evenings if I wanted some more peace with my thoughts?
Well, you know, there's probably more people sleeping at that time, but I don't think usually in the evening it's particularly quiet in here or anything, or like there's a lot less people. A lot less people come in here maybe in the like early morning or late night hours during that time, but otherwise it's usually about the same size of crowd.
This being a shrine to Masken and all, is it still safe to be here at night? Would you or another member of the guards be on watch here um, during the night?
God says, well, yes, of course, we have a guard posted here by the city from from dusk till dawn and dawn till dusk. My shift today is going to be ending sort of soon. My replacement should be here soon, and then tomorrow I'm coming back here in the evening to stand guard again.
That's great to hear. Thank you for doing your job so well and protecting the peace.
God says thank you, and extends their hand to you.
And I will shake it.
As in not hold on. not as in a shaking motion, but as in like as like waiting for you to put something in the hand.
So
He just
he still
shakes it.
shakes it.
Yeah,
But you
I'm
can
still gonna
choose
shake
to.
it.
Okay, you're still gonna shake it. Okay. The guard looks at you a little bit and then just shakes his shoulder and is like, okay.
And on that note, Alfred will leave and go back in the direction towards the guild hall, and then I will assume maybe not immediately following, but the others are going to shortly follow back to the guild hall. Maybe they overheard what happened, the conversation or not, but I don't really want to go back and coerce with the others after that interaction.
Yeah, just say that we were aware of what you said, but as we gather, I suppose I'll just I'll ask. So should we figure out if we're permitted to carry out our plan within the city, whether starting a fight in a shrine would perhaps be a very alarming and perhaps illegal. Correct,
And
but again, just
we don't have any plans to initiate a fight.
Mm-hmm.
It's just what happens if Mervyn can't
Well,
convince him.
that's the whole idea of like, why are we even there if that's not the point? You know what I'm saying? It's just as a resort.
I think
I mean, we've been
should
given the
ask-
go ahead by the guild master, so
Okay.
We can ask
Works
him
for me.
later if it's really.
Okay.
we're not planning on spilling any blood, so to say.
Mhm.
We just want to quietly as possible ask him a bunch of questions, and if need be, sleep spell plus punching to knock him out, and then take him to a secure location.
I think capturing him should be worst case scenario. Attacking him should be worst case.
I
Scenario.
wouldn't say capturing him would be worst case scenario. I'd say killing him is worst case scenario.
But yeah,
No,
we get what
I
you're
meant
saying, no.
we should
It's
do
not-
it only after if
not plan
Mervyn
A.
kills.
Mm-hmm.
So, what are you up to? What's the plan? Where are you going?
Can you hear
What are you doing?
Kate?
Yeah, you can.
Oh,
Oh, I'm so yeah. She's been talking the entire.
okay.
I
Weird.
thought yeah, probably just look like deer in the headlights. I'm sorry.
My
Okay,
bad.
just carry on, I
Give
guess.
me a second here. There's another issue I need to fix still, but that's for later. Yes, sorry, Kate. I thought you had to step away. And turned off the camera. There we go.
Can
You
you hear me now?
heard again. Yes.
Okay. All right. So I
Sorry about
wanted
that.
to ask, in the room, in the shrine, where would someone stand to pray?
Well, kind of anywhere.
Anywhere?
It's not.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Because I just wanted to make sure if we had two worshippers in there, they could stand nearish the exit. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So if we have our plan and everything in place, about what time is it now after going through the whole process?
Still like afternoonish.
Oh, okay.
What we should do then, we should definitely go shopping for rope because we've used all our rope on the bandits in the sewers. So that's something we should definitely do. And maybe whilst walking, like to try and find it, if we're just milling about looking for rope, or just later once we get back to the guild hall, Adventurers Guild even, we should discuss what Merv is going to say, considering how charismatic Merv is. Something of a script, I think, might be
Yeah.
beneficial.
1 second.
I'll have cute cards while I'm with them.
Hello, you are my boss.
It's written in your hand.
I would
just-
like to ask you a question. What is the name of your superiors and how many people are working for you?
Is it possible for either Merv or for us to buy some kind of adhesive or some kind of glue substance? Because then I was thinking about how we could buy something like that and make Operation Spider-Man actually possible. Stick it up there.
I'm not sure if we would want to do anything like that, because then we might be classed as vandalizing the shrine. If it's like, if it's strong enough to stick to the walls and support a person's weight, then it might be a bit permanent. And
that and
yeah.
jeopardizing the relatively low key and inconspicuous plan we
I'm
had.
sh- yeah.
If it was like
Just
a
a thought,
magic
though.
ability or a spell, then yeah. But I'm suggesting we either speak now to each other about the script, or we go to the market. Thoughts?
I just would like to buy at least a robe, so I definitely will go to the market.
Okay, so we're doing market first.
That's fine.
Yeah, why not?
Cool. Yeah, we'd like to go to the market, please.
All right. Well, you already kind of know where a marketplace is, and also Cotestu's not here right now, but Celeste does have has what's it called? Basically, Celeste is good at like finding these kinds of things in settlements, ear to the ground, that from that background feature. So
As our
Celeste will
only
also be
female
able to.
character, she is the best at shopping.
Celeste is able to find out pretty easily like where to buy stuff like this, so it shouldn't be too hard in a big city like this. So yeah, what do you want to give me a shopping list?
Can we
Some rope?
upgrade our weapons?
I don't think we have
Oh.
enough money for that.
Oh,
Definitely not enough money for everyone to get an upgrade. So I think we should wait until after we get paid before we try and do anything substantial like that.
Yeah, like magical weapons would cost you quite a bit more
I
than
think
what you have.
no, I was
a
thinking more like
baseline
an
is like
enchant,
500.
like maybe a small upgrade, like better crossbow, better
That's like
what's it, gun.
it's usually like a minimum of 500 gold pieces
Oh,
for
wow.
like
Tomorrow,
a +1
my
weapon.
plan tomorrow, because I will be able to do infuse tomorrow. So I've been working on something for Celeste, for her to be able to throw her hand axe and it comes back to her. So I think I will have that perfected by tomorrow morning. And then I can do one other thing tomorrow. I can give someone +1 bonus to spell attack rolls, and then they also ignore whatever disadvantage half cover gives you when making ranged spell attacks. So more, if you want that tomorrow,
Can you do both?
I can have 2 active, and that is.
Oh, that's
No,
nice.
no, wait, no, I take that back. I'm so sorry. I can only do 1 per day, but I can have 2
Okay.
active. So I would have to choose tomorrow between the 2 of them.
And you have 3 active.
Oh, I can have 3 active?
I thought it was 3. Well,
1
regardless.
moment.
Regardless, yeah, you can do only one per long rest, and then
Yeah.
you can only have a certain amount.
Oh no, you are
readied.
right. It is 3 because that's my intelligence modifier.
Well, so, yeah.
Yeah, so I think we should prioritize the boomerangs first,
The boomerangs, yes.
and we'll do what was that? +1 to all spells.
Spell attacks.
Spell attacks. Yeah, nobody else can cast offensive spells, right?
I can.
You
I
can't.
can as well, but again, I'd rather use my spell slots for other.
Yeah, I have
Healing,
my
smites.
spells are more utility based. The ones I picked.
Okay.
So shopping list. I would like to know how much we would get 50 foot of rope for.
And he would like
do
to
you want?
haggle as well.
Depends on the
Do-
price.
So you want just 50 feet of rope for the
I
whole
want to
team?
know. I want to know how much one length of 50 foot of rope would cost, and then
It would cost
from
you
there we can-
one gold, and you might be able to find some wholesale if you buy 5,000 feet of
I
rope.
was gonna say buy in bulk.
Yeah.
But yeah, it
Another
will be
day I'll
one
make a
gold
bag of
piece,
holding, and it'll just be filled with rope.
1 gold per 50 feet.
So how much rope are we thinking?
Maybe 3 gold worth.
I think the spell that you utilize a lot requires 30 feet, right?
It does, yes.
I'm thinking we try and then go for wholesale, get 500 feet. And try for maybe like 8 gold. Do we think? Or
Yeah, why not? It's not that much of a savings, but let's try 7 or 8 gold.
You could try a persuasion check,
okay, yeah, I would like to.
and
that.
I'll determine what kind of a discount you might be able to get. And
Persuasion.
I think this could be a situation where somebody, if they wanted to,
Oh.
they could,
No,
in
he
fact,
doesn't need the help. He does
they
not
could in
need the
fact
help.
offer aid, help. But yeah, we're going without help. But this would be a situation where
A
somebody could be
situation.
like, "Hey,
Yeah.
I will help," because this is like bartering is something where you could imagine that somebody
Chime
could
in,
come
yeah.
in and help. There's certain
Chime in
actions
and-
where you can't help if it's somebody's doing something where more people isn't gonna help. But this would be one. Anyways,
I think there's also a rule about like if I'm doing something that like no one else knows how to do, they can't really help.
yes, they need to be able to do it themselves. So, for example, if you're trying to pick a lock and you are not proficient in lock picking or thieves' tools to be more exact, then you wouldn't be able to help somebody who is.
Yeah.
But yes, you find a very charming rope salesperson who has a big rope emporium, and you come in there and you flash a smile and offer to buy 500 feet of rope for and you ask if you can get a friend bonus or something like that, and they decide that they like you enough that they're gonna give it to you for 8 gold pieces. I will deduct that from your cart so as to
Cool.
not have several people touching the thing at the same time. So 8 gold pieces, and you have basically you have 500 feet of rope. As one person can put it in their inventory. So
I think we're good for rope concerns for the rest of the campaign.
Yeah.
Maybe depends. It's rope is a very useful situational to have.
If we tie up a dragon at some point, we'll end up using all.
Then after we get the rope, I will look for just a regular kind of large-sized gray cloak that could conceal at least a bit of my body, kind of go around the hood.
Yeah. Something that screams normal guy.
Mm-hmm.
Just a cloak.
Yes.
You would find that at a price of 5 silver.
Would one of my costumes be one of my 3 different costumes
You
be a large cloak, or would that not work?
you'd have to describe it. Would it be able to fit over armor? Basically, probably not.
I don't know. I just have 3 costumes because of class and background.
Yes. No, I think that's tailored to specifically your character and what he can do. Like, is it? Maybe I'm thinking of the rogue's ability, but I think you can dress as other people. Again, I think I'm confusing it with different class. Yeah.
I mean, the
Or
bard's costume is basically like a performing
Yeah.
costume.
I'll probably
And
just grab the cloak for 5 silver.
I mean, it is valid that you could actually. I'd say that we can assume that one of them probably has a cloak in it, and you could probably take it. And even though it would be, it would be for Fred's, for Fred.
Measurements.
Yeah. Just be a
It would not.
one-time borrow.
It wouldn't be fitted for you, but then again, people don't exactly walk around with fitted clothing all the
Yeah.
time anyway, so...
One
So,
Dragonborn's going to roughly be similar shape to another Dragonborn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's
But
up to you.
Yeah,
Do you want to...
get the cloak.
Makes it easy, yeah. All right. And
You'll
I'm
buy
all
it?
set with.
I was thinking that if we pretended to be one of the priests of mass, if such a thing existed, we could forcibly do our mass thingy, where we just pretend to, make an offering, but in a very stylized manner with incantations and praise to mass, and make that take a lot of time within the Temple of Mask. And then our Mervyn here could suggest a different place, a place where we can ambush or get ready, a better place essentially than the shrine itself.
But if we're already having the whole performance at the shrine, then we would have to collapse that and then move to the next place before they get there and then set up the ambush, let alone the whole dichotomy of changing the meeting place at the last minute while also trying to deceive them. It might just be a little too much.
Oh, I understand.
We
Okay.
could maybe
For
get some
the-
hired help for that. One person could go and just help them out and just say we want to do this for Mask, this
Oh, I
whole
see.
ritual, and at this particular time, this is when I'm ready. Can you
We
go
we
and
have
do
this
that? And we
place
can ask
booked.
the guild
Can
for
you-
this
can you
help for
leave?
this
Yeah,
as well.
So what's the benefit of doing that? Like, how would that perhaps give us the advantage in our relatively low-key plan of just trying to find out information?
She can do the Spider-Man thing now.
In a different location.
I think
gonna
that
say-
it just adds a lot more deception checks and a lot more checks that we'd have to pass. So I think it would just be a harder plan, and I agree with Brody. I don't really see the overwhelming benefits.
Yeah, it's just so.
Yeah.
As a general comment, I'm going to say that usually I try not to put you through too many skill checks in a row, like cumulative skill checks to do something, because the chances of you succeeding become really low if you have multiple skill checks.
So
So But if you do put yourself in a situation where I'm forced to do that, I will do it. So just just know that that is a valid point, that it would likely if you can assume that something is going to require you to, do several things to succeed, then the chances of that are increasingly low.
Or we could tail him after and let him take charge, this DeBardo fellow, and see what he does next. Like, he will say, we got to change the meeting place. This one is, you know, uh, in this, we can't use this one. So he might take us to his hiding spot,
Well, again, it
his
brings
hotel
up the
room.
it brings up the idea of planning
yeah.
around a possibility rather than just keeping the plan relatively simple, and us being flexible rather than trying to
Yeah, it will be
railroad the
better. It will be
situation.
better for us. I
Mhm.
get it. Because then we won't be able to, yeah, help her if she gets caught or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because we're in the more vulnerable position, in the sense of, as soon as we're outed, they would most likely know that we're trying to mess with them, or that we're just around in general, rather than just, if anything goes wrong, that would be the possibility.
Yeah, keeping the element of surprise for as long as possible.
Hmm. Whereas
and
he, I mean,
yeah,
he has all the benefit
I
in the
get it.
situation. Unfortunately, to metagame to that point, but
All right. Yeah. So we
and
get
as
the
long as you just keep the environment and everything
Yeah.
natural, so
okay.
That makes sense.
So my
So,
script.
Back to shopping.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Did you have anything else you wanted to buy?
I would at great personal, the great reduction to my personal pride. I would also like to buy a robe, which I probably will never use.
I mean, I assume the 500 feet of rope you bought was kind of for the
I
party,
mean, the
so.
robe with a B.
Robe. Oh. Yes, to change your clothing. Oh, yes, because you do stand out quite a bit. That does make sense. Yes, you can. You could buy. You can buy something. You can buy something for 5 silver, which would allow Mort to assume a disguise of a less gaudy appearance.
The necromancer puts on a black cloak. Ugh, disgusting.
What I would suggest though is maybe Mort stays outside, because it helps with like you being able to cast your spells and whatnot, because you have disadvantage if there's an enemy too close to you. So
I was
one, you'd be able
thinking,
to keep a lookout in case more people come, and 2, you'd be in a better position to be able to cast your spells and then free one less person that they are concerned it's a sting operation. If you're hidden out of sight outside, but can still see the entrance and exit and have a clear line of sight of where they go if they leave early without us.
I was thinking more that I should be on the balcony. Is there you can hide in the balcony, right? It's like a shadowy place. You said that.
Yeah.
And
And
since
you wouldn't have to like roll any sort of like hiding checks or anything.
it's just hidden. Yeah,
Yeah,
since I am
from the first
one.
floor. Again, like if
It's
somebody were to walk up there, they would see you. There's no place to hide in that sense. But from because I understand your intent is to hide from someone on the first floor, they would not be able to see you from there, and you would not need to do any checks or anything like that.
Yeah, because if we discount Mervin, I am the only person with ranged attacks. With that range, I don't know about the bard. Can you do that, or should I do that?
I can do. I have range. Yeah, my spells have range.
Great. So one of us should be at the.
I agree. I think we should just put Mort up there, so then we can keep the 2 Dragonborns on the first floor and have that as more of just kind of background, less conspicuous.
Yeah. Although if the guy does decide to go upstairs onto the balcony with Mervyn, then we're screwed. But yeah,
No, Mort can
I could
just,
try.
I mean, he
I
can
can
just
also
act
try and
as,
keep him from doing that, and
you can do that, and it's not like he's actively trying to hide, like we've, like Dupe's explained quite a few
I can just
times.
pretend like I belong
It's more
there.
of just like you can't see them, they can't see you, kind of different elevation where Mort can just literally be sitting at a table or reading a book and just
yeah, okay,
using his audio perception to see what's going on. So it doesn't
sure,
have to necessarily be him like crouched right next to the railing, like peering over. You can just kind of be
yeah.
going about.
Also, something I think I forgot to mention at any point, but Nob, did like describe to you the actual location where you would be meeting, like actually inside the place
No,
where to meet?
we weren't told that.
no.
Yeah,
I was just gonna
now you
stand in
are.
the
Now
middle
you
of
are.
the
So
room
yeah.
and hope that's where we stand.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No, you will know exactly where to go to meet Bartok.
Okay.
So I guess
It's like a little bit to the side behind a pillar, that kind of thing.
Ooh, perfect. So it might be a little easier for us to run because he won't be in the middle of the room.
yeah, if need be.
Potentially. All right,
And
so we have our
we could just have somebody standing either outside the door or near the door, and just chilling there.
Yeah.
If we're still at the market, can we quickly peruse for any obvious magical items? See just what there would be.
Like browse.
For when
Yeah.
we get our payday at the end.
Yeah, just if there's anything we want to like make note of that we should try and at some point get because it would be very useful to us or something like that.
Well, you would have to ask a little bit more more detailed
so,
questions than that. There is you can find in the city, you would be able to find some magical items here and there, but tracking down something in particular, or you don't find anything by like browsing around.
Okay.
can just
anything
try and
special.
specify like if you want like a talisman, if you're trying to look for a magic ring, because then that would be more of like an arcanist thing as opposed to like a weapon, or maybe if you wanted to see if there's a magical instrument, like kind of discern between what magical items you're looking for rather than walking in a store and
Don't
saying,
have
is that
don't have
magical?
any idea. I
Uh,
was
Yeah,
just wondering
can
if
I-
it seemed
if you're just
innately
like
magical.
yeah, if you're just
So-
like looking throughout the city to find any sort of magical items, that would take quite a while. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, just in your travels so far, you haven't noticed anything
So- and
special
a
in your
relatively
by going to the rope shop or the cloak shop.
And a relatively good way of making it easier on Dupe were to kind of go about it in character, so you can ask maybe someone at the guild, hey, do you know anyone who has magical items? And then you can go to the shop and say, hi, I'm looking for perhaps so and so that does this, that kind of ordeal. So it's not just kind of Dupe putting pen to paper and saying, okay, go here and find this if you're looking for. If that makes sense.
I was thinking about. I'm still thinking about the what you call it, the enchanted crossbow. Maybe to get value appreciation, like how much it would
Yeah.
cost, something like
That
that.
I will at one point make an automatic crossbow. It is not particularly useful until I've said this before, but I'll just say it again. Until someone in the party has multiple attacks that they can take in one turn, because there's really no benefit. The only thing that helps is that
Loading property?
it ignores the loading property.
Mhm.
So unless you can take multiple attacks in one turn, it's just a normal crossbow. It doesn't work any differently.
Well,
Uh,
oh god, I haven't done crossbow combat in a while, but is it a full action to reload or bonus?
I just
It's
know the
with
way.
the action.
So like you can only fire it once per turn.
Right.
Yeah,
let me
that's how it
s-
generally works.
But if you
I
can take
Loading.
multiple
I
attacks
think
and I give
only
it and I
Oh, I
infuse
see.
it,
I see.
you can then shoot it as many times as you are able
Got
to
it.
attack.
I think this is more to like the fighter roles, and they have
Yeah.
melee. They are melee.
Yes.
I might have been thinking about Pathfinder's loading
Mm.
property. That's the only time I've ever done crossbow
Right.
combat.
No,
okay.
either I expect to give either Lars or Celeste an automatic crossbow at some point, but only once they've leveled up a bit.
Do you have a crossbow?
I have a crossbow, yes.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say we can go shopping right now for a crossbow if you
No,
did.
I have a crossbow. I haven't even learned the infusion for the automatic weapon yet because it's like
Mhm.
not even useful right now. But it's on there. There's a specific infusion for the artificer that is just make your ranged weapons automatic. And I'm like, yeah, it's perfect. It's exactly what we talked about.
Just in case, let's go back to the enchanted crossbow. How much does it cost?
So again, as Brody said, that kind of stuff would start at around like 500 gold.
So, yeah, that's the number that I want. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Shall we go back to the guild and plan out what Mort is going to say in a quieter environment where
Works for
Mort
me.
wouldn't be looking at all sorts of knickknacks in shops, I assume.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Can do that. Let me just check. Kotetsu, can you say something?
Hello.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to check that it's still on the audio is working on the stream. Thank you.
Did any of you hear him?
No, I didn't hear him.
I can hear him.
Kotetsu's here.
Oh,
Yep.
try
We can't hear him.
try refreshing if you didn't hear Kotetsu.
Okay.
Wait, we want to pop in back. Okay, is that gonna break everything?
Did everyone refresh?
Not everyone.
When I accidentally refreshed, I had to like reselect the audio
Yeah.
input and output. And I was like, which one did I choose? Test.
There we go. Can you say something again,
Hello.
Kotetsu? Everybody here?
Alright,
Okay, I need to apparently reapply these. Again, something I need to fix at some point. Kate's still alive there. Stream basically lost everyone. Currently. Kotetsu, can you say something again?
Hello.
Everybody
I
hear
heard
that?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, then just give me a second. I need to reapply you on the stream. There we go. Sorry about that. We'll refine this further. So, anyways, yeah, you head on back to the guild, and you find a nice little study hall to conduct your your little talk in.
Scripting.
Should
Yeah.
we ask the guildmaster if he can help us in any way? Or if he has any ideas?
What would we want to ask him?
like for guild assistance, maybe if he's escaping, maybe we could tail him with the help of the guild, because none of us can stealth very well.
I mean, I can.
Oh, you can?
He doesn't have any armor or anything. Yeah.
Oh, this would have been very useful information 15 minutes ago. Yeah. So
Do I still have? So how does the? Can you remember? No, actually, it should be in the inventory thing.
The guild
How
communicator.
the guild communicator?
Oh
Mhm,
yeah,
mhm.
yeah.
It actually has a description now.
Yeah, you open it to a with the
Actually,
closest
a
adventurers guild
description.
that has an active guild receiver.
Okay, we'll just communicate
You
them if things go pear-shaped.
can and even to other places. Okay, it's like a once per day charge, right? Or no?
Nope.
You said so. You said no. Okay. I thought there was something about like limited. No. Okay. Perfect.
Not on this
It
one,
is-
no.
Okay.
This is a phone.
This is a true
Sort of.
phone. Yeah. The sending stones that I was gonna make were like, but I chose the bag instead. The bag of holding, yes. The sending stones do have like a once per day thing.
What happens
Yeah,
if you
but
keep a
this-
bag of holding in a bag of holding?
It collapses in on itself,
Oh,
or it explodes or something. You cannot. Yeah,
Bad voodoo.
it's very bad.
Yeah.
I was thinking
It's
about
very
a bag of holding that just holds other bags of holdings, which holds other
No,
bags of holding.
It destroys it, and I don't. It definitely destroys it. I don't know if it destroys it like
It
just like
rips
disappears,
the
or if
fabric
it
of
like
space and time.
yeah. I'm pretty sure it like opens up a rift into the astral plane. I think
That's
is what
another
happens.
nuke.
Pretty sure is what happens.
You would be correct.
Okay.
You can always give it a try to find out.
Your script.
Yes.
So, one thing I'd say that you start off with is obviously hello. I would say I'd complain about your underlings. Oh God, I've had such an annoying time. My underlings are so stupid. It's so annoying to keep.
It's so
10
hard to
fools.
find good labor here. Yeah,
No,
something
it's
like
so
that.
it's so difficult to keep 10 idiots under control. I can't imagine what you deal with. How many underlings do you have?
Yeah.
So like lead it on from a pleasant thing to kind of like obtain information but not directly ask. How many people serve you?
Relatively unassuming. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
Yeah.
very good way to
It's
put
pretty
it.
good.
Yeah. All right, and then I need details about the robbery, which is probably what he'll talk about
Let's-
anyways, without prompt.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right.
So just to catch myself up, are we still going with the same plan of left means follow, right means don't follow?
Yes,
yeah.
I have that.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many follow?
And Celeste will be by the door, and when he leaves, I mean, we can all follow, but no, I think Celeste should.
At a safe
Unfortunately,
distance. Yeah.
yeah, I would not be very stealthy. I can guarantee that.
You know what, Celeste? I think you should take the guild communicator if you're going to be following him.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case something goes down. I think you should have the phone.
Are you sure it's a very difficult to find item?
For now, I think if you're going to go off by yourself following the guy after the meeting's done, I think it's important that you have it.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Give Celeste Pretty sure I had it. Yeah. I give Celeste the guild communicator. All right. So details about the robbery, and then questions about the boss.
When you say questions about the boss, what are you planning on asking?
Yeah, I don't.
He
Something like
probably doesn't know his boss either. It's some kind of
Yeah.
scam.
I don't know about that. Because
Yeah.
he could just be like the lower ranks of the high end. He could be a middleman. We don't know, but
Yeah.
yeah.
When you could say
I would
something-
like to ask. I have a plan of when we're talking about the robbery. Ask. We scouted this place out, and it seems like it's going to be pretty difficult. I have a plan to go ahead on this date or whatever, and I just want to know how. Should we be extremely cautious if we get caught by the police? Is it going to be no sweat? I know, obviously, ideal is don't get caught by the guard. But if one guy does get caught,
I have a
Okay.
few
Yeah.
videos
So
of
so
it.
the way how I would word that in ideally is what do you know of the guard patrols and intensity in that area on that day? Because then
Yeah.
we're asking if he has any links or whatnot, or just information.
we could also ask him who the contact is inside the guard in
Yeah, that was
case
what I was
something goes
thinking.
wrong.
We don't know if he has a contact in the guard.
No,
Yeah,
they said that they were pretty corrupt, right? So they were bribing someone.
No.
So
they-
who
Yeah.
are they bribing? Yeah, like who's the corrupt cop? Who's allowing them to do this?
When did they? Wait.
I'm almost positive they said something about
Yeah,
or maybe they
didn't,
just said maybe they just meant generally that the cops are easy to bribe. This is
in
something
that
vague.
case, it's not really worth asking them that question.
Well, I could still ask him what he knows about. I like Fred's idea of asking about guard patrols if he knows stuff about that.
They'll probably say something like "find your own information," but
Yeah, maybe.
you know how hard it is to find information with these louts.
Ask about are there any future bigger jobs you can do
Oh, yeah.
linking up with other cells?
Got a family to feed.
Well, no, more on the lines of I'm greedy, I want more money.
Yeah. I think the magic's wearing off my my shiny armor. Got a speck of dirt on it yesterday. Okay. Future jobs. Okay. All right.
Kate, you actually brought up a good point. Forget about what I said earlier about you not needing to wear the armor. You don't need to wear it. You can use your disguise self to imitate the armor, but it wouldn't imitate
test
the actual effect of it. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying it would. I'm not saying it would, but it could. You could be in a situation where, okay. So what you would be able to imitate is the clean look of the armor,
Right.
and it would stay clean. Yes, but if there was something that happened that would, that should cause it not to be clean, it would No, wait. That would actually replicate the effect of the armor.
Well, it would just shatter.
Forget about what I said.
No, any physical contact would just shatter the illusion regardless.
Well,
Anything
yes,
like
yes,
that.
but
You should wear the
I was
armor.
thinking like if
yes.
you know a dust cloud flew past or something.
It would be a
But
giveaway.
yeah, that no, but actually forget about what I said because that would not actually affect the illusion.
What? Okay.
I mean, it
Just
wouldn't
wear
hurt
it
to physically
regardless.
wear it because you have more.
AC one.
Do you have more AC then?
He has exactly 14,
Probably.
if I'm correct.
Yeah.
I have 14.
So then you'd have that plus the Dex mod. So
Is your dex even that high?
Yeah, my dex is 2.
yeah. So
Okay,
you'd
then
have
wear it.
16.
I would have
AC.
16 AC.
Yeah. So that would, and you're not trying to do stealth rolls. You're trying to do deception rolls and whatnot and persuasion. So you don't really need to have stealth in the role you're playing. So yeah, any other questions that we think we're going to want to ask? So we're asking about him. Actually, let's also ask maybe like towards the end of it, this like when you feel like it will be the end of it. Ask, you know, is this how you have to deal with your boss too? No name, no regular contact and whatnot.
Yeah.
Or do you higher ups get more privileges? Like I don't know how exactly to
Make
word
it sound like you want to be a higher up.
Yeah,
Like,
I was just
you're trying to
thinking
get
that.
it.
I was just thinking that, like, maybe I could ask, like, you know, can I go in for an interview with your boss
You
or
guys
something?
hiring?
You guys
How do
hiring?
we get higher up in this pyramid scheme?
You know, I've been in this organization for a while, and I feel like I'm no step closer to moving up the ladder. You know, is there? I'm gonna write down ask for promotion. And he might give us any information on the organization because we're definitely not going to get the name of his boss, but we might be able to get, like, I don't know.
And obviously, you can feel out the conversation, and if things start to kind of go that way, I mean, you can just
Yeah.
always go on the side of safer rather than.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. Okay.
It's like, hey, that question might be hard to ask. Just don't ask that kind of ordeal.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty.
So then Lars will
Yeah.
ask, Mervin, so do you feel comfortable in this situation?
Yes.
Oh, good. We'll all be close by in case things go awry,
Yes.
so no pressure.
That does make me feel better, yes. I think maybe I will actually wear the magic armor for this specific thing.
Good.
So then my armor class
So,
will be 16.
what are you wearing right now?
What do you mean?
What's your previous armor?
Oh, so I have studded leather armor, I think, which gives me a base of 12.
Okay,
And
yeah.
then my dexterity is 2, so I have 14.
So basically, you get a +2
Yeah.
to AC. Yeah.
Which is nice. And it's not like I need to be stealthy
Yeah.
in this specific situation.
Yeah, exactly. No worries.
We'll be fine.
All right. If you are kind of done with your little script session, I wanted to just mention, since you have been quite laser focused on this one thing, that you did also, the guildmaster did also talk to you about a few other things.
the other-
Just
Oh yeah.
just as a thing to remember, not saying that you need to do them or anything, but just in case you forgot, because it feels like you are very, very laser focused right now on just planning this thing
That's fair.
for tomorrow evening.
Well,
the
we're not able to do any of the others, as far as I remember. Let me just.
No, that was
The
just because Brody wasn't
ambassador?
here.
Well, no,
right?
no, no.
Scotland?
Like the others were like time locked.
Sensitive.
Yeah. Da, 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 da.
Well, it's still that same day, correct? Just afternoon
Yeah.
to evening.
Yeah. So.
Wait,
We could reasonably.
the ambassador of Scotland wants us to make a delivery, and he's at the docks.
Yeah, but he's
the
not going to be ready for like. I think it was like a few days away. It was. Correct me if someone had different notes on that.
No, I can refresh you on that one. On some things, I'm not going to refresh you because I like to hear
Yeah.
you argue about what what it was or not. But so the ambassador thing was something that there was no times
okay.
discussed with that.
And
The thing
Platinum
with the
Cater, that's
yeah, the
western
thing
part
with
of
the
city,
platinum.
not immediately.
Yeah, Platinum
Oh,
Cater was
so-
also something that you were told to do maybe tomorrow, as in from this day tomorrow, and it still stands. The time limit was put in place because Brody wasn't here, but it is also still true. So that is something that you couldn't do right now. But the other one, there was no times discussed with that.
Okay. What time
we
of
pay a
day would
visit
it be
to the
then
docks?
now? Yeah, depending on the time.
Afternoon, 3-4 p.m.
Okay, yeah. I say we go to the docks then and ask about what his delivery job requires and entails.
Is that so? Everyone wants to head off on
Yep.
this other thing? All right. So you head over to the docks of the city. I do believe we're told that the ambassador was on their ship. But you're not really familiar with the ships around, so you do ask around the fisheries and wharves and whatever here. And you are then pointed towards the ship that is called the Pride, which you were told was where the ambassador was located. So you end up at the ship, and there's a gangplank there going up to it. It's like moored. It's anchored in the harbor. It's standing there, and there's a plank going up to it, and there is a guard who is wearing armor that does not look like the same stuff as all the other city guards you've seen here wearing.
Can we
Okay.
ask to meet the ambassador and just tell him straight up that the guild told us that he has a job for us?
But yeah, you can approach him and ask him.
Yeah,
Yep.
can we just do that?
Yep. You're straight up with it, and you maybe flash your charter and everything. So yeah, the guard lets you go in and informs you that the ambassador is waiting, or will be waiting for you at the captain's cabin thing. So you can move in there. And as you enter, you enter into the room. There's nobody in there, but you were told to kind of wait there for a moment, and then the ambassador would show up. And indeed, in a few moments, a tiefling joins in, and they immediately start talking to you and introduce themselves as they introduce themselves saying, "I'm Arwing, ambassador to the Great Empire. Thank you for coming at such short notice, although I do wish you had come here a little bit sooner. The delivery quest needs to be handled in due time here. But it is nice to see that you are here, and there's plenty of you to secure this item."
Sorry.
What was his name? Arwen.
Arwing. Put it
Earlier
in
in
the
my
chats.
notes, I had Colton. Did I mishear the first time, or
That's the country he's the ambassador for.
Yes, Colton is the empire to the
Empire's
east.
name.
okay?
Arwing is the ambassador to the Empire of Colton in here. Or the ambassador to the Kingdom of Thorn for the Empire of Colton.
I think I heard the name Crete somewhere, and that confused me. Or did I imagine or mishear that?
You might have misheard that. That
Yeah,
does not
yeah,
sound
okay,
like
yeah.
anything.
Yeah, I heard Crate instead of Colton as well. So I
Oh.
just fixed it really quick. But yeah,
All right. So what's the job entail? What do we have to deliver to where?
so what does he hand us?
Yeah.
We'd have to accept first.
No.
yes.
Doesn't he have to speak first? Yeah.
So yeah, we'll ask him. What does his job entail? And sorry for the delay.
So the tiefling continues on and says, "Oh, I thought all the details had been given to you already. You are to take this package from here to the royal palace and hand it over to the cook Ham, who is the cook in the barracks at the royal palace."
How large is this package?
It is like it fits in your palm. It's like, what's the material? We can say like it's paper. It's like a paper wrapping around something that fits like in your palm. Quite well. You could imagine like your cell phone that,
Okay.
but then as like a wrapped package of something.
Can I just say that it kind of screams poison because you're giving it to a chef
Yeah.
and it's a small vial-esque thing and it's very suspicious. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, so are you putting it out there as Mort to us, as Mort to the
Oh no,
tiefling?
as like player to player.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that might be something you would want to bring up to as Mort
Later,
to
a private
us.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Can
So
we
we can
ask
discuss.
what the package has? Like, what is the package?
The ambassador explains that they are still holding the package. They are explaining that yes, this includes various quite expensive herbs and spices from the east. It is being sent as a gift for the upcoming proceedings at the palace.
Where exactly is the palace?
It's pretty close by to the docks. It's actually like by the docks, kind of.
May I ask why you needed an adventuring company for this and not a simple like messenger or something like that? Like a courier.
the ambassador looks a little like irritated by this question for some reason, and explains that this package is very valuable. I cannot have any sort of ruffians in the docks or around the area to get it and you know, waste these valuable spices on, I don't know, peasant food or whatever. So I need this package to be delivered safely. And I was told that the Adventurers Guild here has a very high reputation, as it has back in the Empire as well. So I trust that you can do this.
That is very understandable. Do we have to just directly meet up with the cook, or do you have any other contacts in the palace?
You need to go to the palace barracks and deliver
Just
this
give it
by
to the cook.
by this evening to Ham, personally to Ham the cook. Do not give it to anyone
Kotetsu
else.
wanted to say something.
Have I lost Kotetsu now? What? Oh. My bad. Give me a...
Can you hear Kotetsu, Dupe?
No, give me a second
can.
here.
I can.
I could earlier, but now got...
Maybe if you try to set...
I can now hear
put on
Kotetsu.
your video as well. Maybe that would work. Perhaps. I'm not sure.
No, I can hear Kotetsu now if you speak.
Yeah. I'm just... Okay.
Did you hear him there?
Or can I? Keep
I can-
talking, Kotetsu. Why would it now not work all of a sudden? Well, let me
1,
get
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I think he's
Now I
resetting
can-
his stuff.
now I can hear you.
He's gone.
Time for an adventure without a DM.
Woo!
Stop
Teachers
partying,
don't-
I'm back
In the
here.
area while we can.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, I can hear you
Damn
now.
It's like the 3
What,
minutes when the teacher leaves the room. to go do something.
Yep, there we go. I don't know exactly what happened, but oh well. Yes, Kotetsu, you had something to say.
Can I make a quick insight check regarding his statement there, whether he's being truthful or whether he has any ulterior motives?
Yes.
All right, coming right up.
Is
Normal
insight
roll.
just lie detection? It
Yeah,
doesn't have any
mostly.
other use.
Just mostly true intentions, whether he's telling the truth or not, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I mean
generally.
there's other situations where it comes up, but that is generally the like main. You like you do get the feeling that, you know, this person is like a politician who doesn't necessarily say everything that they intend or mean, or you know, they flub some words here and there, but generally you think like what they are saying is like pretty truthful.
Okay. I'm going to ask him for a transaction manifest, or some kind of note, some kind of signed paper that shows that we are being asked by this ambassador to go to the royal palace and enter for this reason, because otherwise it'd be a bit hard to gain access.
All right, yeah. The ambassador produces a quick note saying as such, and also stamps it with their seal, which is also the same seal that you can see on top of the package, which is like it's on top of the paper. You see some like some rope around it, and a seal, a wax seal on it.
Okay.
So in our
To hold
note, it says specifically about the spices,
Uh,
or does it just say
Mm,
a package? I just ask because if
It
he
will be-
specified
it
the
will-
spices
yeah.
in the note, then it seems like it's pretty unlikely to be poison because he's just created a really obvious paper trail back to himself.
it will. You can actually like ask the ambassador to specify that if you
Right.
want.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Can you just make sure to write exactly what's in there?
Yeah,
Because we need
they
to
will
show our
accommodate.
guild master that we did this, and perfectly.
I also don't
Clara.
want to be.
Don't insult him by. I'll quickly cut you off, Marvin, and say we need it as proof of our work with the guild. As you said, we do have a high reputation, and we ensure that things are done thoroughly and the correct way. So having a direct signed note saying what exactly it is we are transporting makes the whole process a lot smoother.
And also, we know a bunch
Right.
of people got into trouble because they didn't do the necessary protocol.
The ambassador then says, "Oh, understandable." Writes up the note, which details that you are asked by the ambassador to bring this package of spices, herbs and spices, to the royal palace, to the barracks, and to Ham, the cook, in there. And then the ambassador smiles at you very, very warmly and says, "Off you go."
Okay. And I'll quickly ask. Once we deliver it, we will get Ham the cook to sign on this same paper that they have acknowledged that we have given him the package, and then shall we return with that proof to collect payment, or how would you like to handle that aspect?
Ham has been instructed to pay you your reward on site, so there is no need for you to return here.
Okay, that works fine for us. We will take our leave. Good day.
All right. So you exit out and leave the ship and
We
Walk
head
a
to
safe
the
distance
castle.
away from the ship, and I'm just gonna adjust the party here. I think we have to open this. I'm 99% sure that it can't be that easy now, can it? To just transport spice 10 blocks away. What do you guys think?
It's expensive stuff from a foreign country. It makes sense to.
Oh yeah, it's a very good lie. I agree with Mort. Something's fishy.
Speak up and say you think that the small package has been tampered with, or it has bad intentions.
I think it
Let's
has
just
bad
say that
intentions.
I don't think it's spice.
What makes you think that?
Again, it's the whole thing, 10 blocks, spice, adventurers guild. He could have just gone give it to like himself. It's not really that far away, is it?
I
Was in
mean,
a different city, I might have understood, but
And also, didn't he say that it's the cook
cook,
for the
yeah, exactly.
barracks?
The cook is exactly the
For the
thing that makes
barracks?
No, he's in the barracks, but
Oh,
it's the
okay.
palace cook.
It's the palace cook. Okay. I
this
thought he was.
no,
this directly
no, it-
screams conspiracy.
they did specifically say for the barracks. Yeah.
For the
Oh,
barracks.
okay. My
Yeah,
apologies.
for the
So
barracks.
it's fancy spices
For the barracks people.
For the barracks people.
No, it does. In my note, it says cook at the palace.
Yes, cook
so
at the
that's
palace.
wrong, right?
The palace has its own barracks in it, and you can kind of deduct that there's different
So it
kitchens.
could be like sleeping pills. He could try to put everyone to sleep and perform some kind of hit, something like that.
Yes. Do you the barracks are for like the guards or just all the servants, or is that what barracks are in a castle?
The like guards.
For guards.
Mostly.
Okay, guards.
As far as you
So
know. I mean, you haven't been there, so...
Right. So it's the cook for the guards. And the guards are getting these premium expensive spices that warrant an adventurer's party to deliver them 10 blocks.
Okay, when you say it like that, it does sound fishy.
So is the package sealed, or would it be easily
Can we
opened and
remove
not
it,
looked
open
in?
it without tampering the seal? Exactly.
It is sealed. You would have a hard time trying to open it and close it again to in such a way that it would not be visible that it's been opened. So if I like describe the actual package to you, basically it's like a soft like basically you can like imagine actual like I don't know, like oregano or something like that in like a paper bag about the size of your palm, and then around that paper, which is like wrapped around it in a very tight package, you then have twine or rope around it, in such a manner that kind of the point where you would tie the twine is the point where the wax seal is then placed on top of it. So
at this
in
point,
other words,
I would like to break out my forger's kit.
Let's try to.
So in other words, to open it up, you would have to likely at least like cut the twine at some point, or then break the seal or something like that.
I break out my forger's kit and say, we can spend a little time trying to replicate the seal. I can try and do that if we want to break it open.
So, I suppose I'll just Lars will step forward, go over the package, and cast Purify Food and Drink.
Oh, of course,
to render it free of poison and disease. Now, just I guess the only problem there would be if, I mean, you'd want to rule the poison technically not being food, as in if it were like literally just poison rather than maybe something you'd add to a stew, like a poisonous plant, that kind of thing. So it would just make, if it was a seasoning that was poison or a poison seasoning, that would render it free of poison. But if it were, I'm not sure where I'm going with that, but
I mean, what I can say is that you can cast a spell. You wouldn't like it's not gonna tell you anything about anything, and you don't know if it did anything, but you can cast it.
It would. I'll just say it puts our minds at ease.
There's not really much more we
reasonably
can do than that.
Yeah, like if there was poisoned food in there, you would purify it.
Exactly.
Yes, yes, it would do that. But again, like you don't know if it does anything.
I'm perfectly happy with that.
Then I'll say, I just cleansed it of any poison or disease it may have. Is that enough to satisfy everyone?
That works.
As to not tamper.
Yeah.
Any objections?
None whatsoever.
Okay, then let's head off to the castle. The palace, even.
Are we aware of where it is, or will Celeste have
We
to?
were told it was like the big one nearby.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're aware of it's the fanciest thing in the whole city, so
I was
you are
not.
very
I
aware.
was away from keyboard for 3 or 4 minutes.
Now,
Did we
as-
discuss anything?
Lars purified it.
Yeah.
Oh,
We didn't open it, but Lars
As we're
cast.
walking, I'll
stuff.
address the group and ask, do we want to tell him that we've purified it, or would we rather not and see what happens?
No.
wait.
No.
Does purifying it
Rendered of
just
poison and disease. Rendered free of
If
poison
you-
and disease.
yeah? So if you purify a poison, it turns into just liquid. Is that how
So
it works?
in this case, that was my contingency, was as long as it's just like a food and rather not a pure poison, then essentially our minds are at ease that
Yeah.
say it's just a poisonous oregano, then it would be purified. But if it's quite literally just poison, then it wouldn't be. But it's reasonable to suspect that it's just a poisoned food that has just been cleansed.
But yeah.
Like theoretically, this would in real life take the nicotine out of tobacco.
Oh,
Yeah, but if it was pure nicotine, it wouldn't do anything because there's no food to remove nicotine from.
Okay,
I guess is what we're
exactly.
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
that's kind of where I was going earlier before I started stumbling on
we
my
can
Yeah.
just like go to the library and ask a nerd about it. I mean,
We'd have to open it.
But yeah, that's
yeah.
what we're trying to
Yeah.
avoid.
Yeah. Well,
So
we're in the palace now.
So
So
Yeah.
we're good,
Yeah.
and then
Oh,
we're
yeah.
not going to say anything about
No.
purifying it.
we'll ask for where the barracks are.
Okay. Well, since you acquired this sort of official document from the ambassador, the guards around the palace are quite accommodating to you. Normally, they would not really allow you to just walk in, and even then, you are escorted to the correct place by a guard. And yeah, they show you to the barracks, and they point to the kitchen and say that you can find ham there.
Okay. In there, we'll ask for ham.
All right. There's a few people milling around the kitchen. It seems like they are preparing for something big around here. And as you ask for ham, one of the staff there then points to a halfling who looks up at you quite questioningly. Seems to be busy baking a cake right now.
We have a package for you here, Ham, from the ambassador from the Empire of Colton.
Ham cuts you off almost before you even finish anything, and just kind of starts not panicking, but starts fussing
Like
around,
shushing us.
cleaning. Cleaning. No. They're like cleaning their hands and everything, and they're just like, oh, yes. The package. Good. And seems a little bit nervous about the whole thing, and as okay, where is it?
We'll hand it over, and just hand over the package,
Okay.
and then
Ham takes the package and says, "Yes, thank you, very good. I was told to give you this," and then Ham kind of starts, patting themselves around for something, and finally produces a pouch and hands you 10 gold pieces.
Okay. We'll take the gold. If someone wants to add that to the money.
will.
Okay. And then I'll say, could you please open, if it's all right with you, could you just open it and ensure that all the contents are correctly there we like to make at the guild we pride ourselves with ensuring that we're thorough and do the job to the best of our capabilities.
The halfling agrees and breaks the seal on the package, and then it explodes and you all die. No. It is indeed the package seems to be different herbs, different spices in there. You see actually quite a lot of different things in there. And it's like if somebody would want to do a
Insight or perception?
Is it medicine?
no, I mean
Nature
if
check?
somebody
Yeah.
you could do a medicine check on this if somebody wants.
Celeste would be content at this point by just given that he flipped and opened it.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's a 10,
Mort
that's
is kind of looking at it, looking over to determine if there's like something weird about it. And nope, doesn't seem like it. Seems like this is just some different ingredients for you know, used to spice up some food, as far as you can tell.
Maybe an even worse medicine check.
Mervyn is
So-
thinks the same.
I'm going to ask, is that everything that should be there?
Ham says, yes. This is perfect. This is exactly what I need.
If that's the case, could you please sign that you have received the items on this paper, just so that we have it on record that you.
Ham takes a pen, I guess, from somewhere, and a feather pen, and just kind of scribbles on something. You can't actually like understand how that becomes Ham, but I guess that's their signature.
Yeah. Okay. Now, thank you for the business. Now, this is just my plain curiosity here. What are you going to be making with these herbs, if it's all right to ask?
Ham explains that we have a big celebration happening in the palace tomorrow morning, so we are preparing all the foods for that. These are going to be used for various things, along with, for example, a little bit of chicken is gonna need some of these, and yeah, we'll just season different recipes with this.
What's the
Tomorrow
occasion?
morning, right? Hmm.
Yep, morning. I don't actually know. It's some sort of the king is just throwing a party for some reason. I don't actually know why. But it's standard stuff here in the palace.
Okay, thank you for your time. Pleasure doing business. I'm happy to end it there with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to tell the guildmaster that this happened. I want to tell him that if he has any contacts in the palace, maybe they should just be willing to check this out, just in case. Because I still don't believe.
I mean, we haven't left yet technically. I've kind of wrapped up, but you guys haven't left,
Oh.
and you very
I'll
much
follow.
well.
Yeah.
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 Well, if you have such an issue with it, KK, your character could ask why the people in the barracks need such fine spices, but that's up to you and your character.
No, I'm just gonna talk. I want to speak to the guild.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Then I guess we're off to the guild.
Just to like also confirm
Alright.
that we've done this.
All right. So your quick in and out adventure to the royal palace is done. You leave the palace behind, and with a nagging feeling, you head over to the Adventurers Guild and report to the guildmaster. Then.
Yeah. Just want to tell them that. I
Hello,
don't-
sir. We've completed the request by the ambassador, delivering a package to a cook in the royal palace kitchens.
Very good. Why are you telling me this?
I
what-
have reason to suspect that the package might contain things that aren't spices. And I also think that the cook is unaware that they are not spices. So if you have any contacts with the barracks, the palace barracks, maybe you can arrange for this bottle of spices or whatever to disappear, or just ask a few of the palace guards to just not ingest any of the food, and be prepared.
The guildmaster seems to kind of their demeanor changes a little bit as you say this, and their voice lowers down a little bit, and they say, "Do you understand what you are implying here? I would like to remind you, as you know, that we in the Adventurers Guild, we do not take part in politics. But if we were to make such an accusation that the ambassador is somehow corrupt, or the empire has some sort of nefarious plans going on, that would be horrible for the organization as a whole. I cannot act on such light suspicions on anything like this. If you truly had some sort of evidence, hard evidence on it, then maybe. But
Okay.
even then, this is not necessarily our fight.
Okay, so let's just assume that, let's hope that everything's just gonna end well. But in case something bad happens, I'm gonna give him the note with both the signatures on it.
No, definitely wouldn't be handing that over.
You sure? Okay,
Yep,
we'll just tell him
I'm
that
pretty
we
sure.
have a note
Yeah.
that.
Well, no, we'll just say we've received confirmation. Well, after you've said that to the guildmaster about your thoughts on the matter, I'll say I'm terribly sorry for my party members' accusatory accusations. It's surely nothing. We saw the cook open the package, and it was, to my knowledge, and I believe everyone else's, just spices. We primarily came here to inform you that we've completed one of your quests, and to ensure that no other party is sent on the mission, and by mistake of double booking, and to ask, other than the upcoming, if there is any other matters that we would need to attend to, if anything else has come up, we would be ready.
The guildmaster replies and says, "No, there's nothing new since the few hours ago when you were here last. Nothing new has come up. I don't have anything new for you right now.
That is good. Quiet is always peaceful.
As we leave, I'm just gonna do this and point at that general direction of the palace, and just walk off.
What time of day is it now?
It's starting to get a little bit later. We could say like 6 p.m.
So should I just go reset the alarm real quick?
Yeah, why not? Just
We might as
take
well all
someone
go.
with-
Yeah, okay.
There's
We
no
all
need
go
for-
back to the theater.
All right. You head back to the theater, and you head to the sewers, and you go inside them, and you die. No, there's nothing. Nothing has changed there.
The Rat King
The
gets us.
barricade is still intact. Nothing's happened there, and
You mean
yeah,
the
you can-
Adventurers Guild didn't? They didn't take any action. I mean, we did tell the guildmaster that
That we
come
had tied
get
them up
these
there.
guys. Did we tell them or did we not tell them?
Yeah, and he
We
said
did.
he would contact the handlers and they would make preparations for that. But considering we said that we were going to do the sting operation, I doubt that he would have told anyone to act immediately, because there's no point in arresting a bunch of people if you're still trying to catch one of their higher ups.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just reinforce the barricades and reset the
Yeah,
alarm
we'll
and come
put.
back.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was just
the alarm was the main.
Can
thing.
we hear the people inside?
yes, you can like hear that there's some like noise happening.
Okay. So I'm just gonna reset the alarm. And then leave.
We'll just slip a note saying not that
No,
much longer now.
I don't want them to know we were here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't
Let's
want
not
them
do
to,
that.
I want them to stew. I don't want them to yeah. I don't want
Alright.
them to start like freaking out, thinking there's someone on the other side.
It's evening-ish now, I'm assuming, roundabout.
Mhm.
So I personally would like to go to a tavern.
Okay. Okay.
I'm hungry and could use some lively company.
Well, if we're going for liveliness, there is something I'd kind of like to ask of you guys. Could we perchance, and I know if I'll understand if the answer is no, could we perchance purchase a pair of bagpipes on the way? A bagpipe.
By all means.
I'll look at
Yeah.
you with utter glee and pure. My eyes are just going to sparkle because that's the best news I've heard in a while. And I will ask you, my friend, why on earth do we want a bagpipe? And regardless of the answer, let's get one.
Fair warning though, they are expensive.
Yeah. All right. Let's go buy a bagpipe.
Let's go see, absolutely.
All right.
Or is it?
So you again you can find a music shop. In fact, you find a shop that is full of bagpipes. Bagpipes only.
Can we
Is
live
the name of the store, and what was it, Kotetsu?
Can we live here?
Is there something about bagpipes in Celeste backstory?
but you can you find the bagpipe store here, and you ask about acquiring some bagpipes, and you are told that you would have to pay 30 gold pieces for one.
Holy shit, that is extortionate.
We steal one.
No, I'm fine with paying 30 gold for an instrument if it's
How much
decent quality.
gold do we have?
We
We
paid
have
8 gold
71.
for rope. For
71.
500.
Yeah, let's ask Celeste why we need a bagpipe, because didn't get an answer earlier. Why exactly do we need a bagpipe?
I mean, we don't need one. It's just that, well, my father used to play bagpipes, and when we passed by the shop earlier, I kind of noticed that there were bagpipes, and that kind of reminded me of him. So I just kind of wanted to, relive the moment. He taught me how to
Why
play and
not?
all.
It's tough.
Let's make a band! I exclaimed very, very loudly.
I don't.
I was kind of take my horn off my hip and hold it ready.
I will simultaneously pull out my lute and my flute. And one in each hand, and kind of ready the flute, and then just hold that in the mouth, and then the lute in the.
I'm gonna tell the shopkeeper that I am in no way associated with these people.
I'll learn the drums. I think it's possible Mervin is. Well, this isn't on his character sheet, but I've just thought of it now. Mervin can do that like bucket, like the bucket thing, where like you put them upside down, and like those are your drums.
The trash can drumming.
Yeah, the trash can drumming. That's what Mervin knows.
All right. So you buy the bagpipe.
Yeah, go on.
Alrighty then. Thank you very much, everyone. And I shall subtract the amount from the cart.
Yes, and
Snacks.
because Celeste now has acquired this sort of piece of an item of memories and everything. Celeste now feels inspired, and Celeste has an inspiration
Gains a level as a bard.
to use at your leisure.
Now the new instrument. Let's hit the town and go to a tavern.
Wait, did no one like try to bargain for the bagpipes?
Couldn't be bothered.
Okay.
I'll
fair
barter for 500 feet of rope to get that 2 gold cheaper.
2 gold off,
30
but
gold
not
is just
that.
fine. See, I as a musical person, Frid wouldn't bother bartering because I'd be happy paying the price that artisan would charge for their craft, and I wouldn't try and lessen any of because I want I would want the music industry to succeed, so I wouldn't barter. I don't know if any of you guys would try, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, so leave it alone.
So let's hit
All right.
a tavern.
You're hitting a tavern, and I would like to ask you, in what part of town do you want to go?
That's a very good question.
I mean, if we're going to a tavern, might as well go to the tavern where we kind of expect the most people to be having fun. So, lower middle class.
Yes.
All right, so that would probably be, according to what you've seen in the city so far, it would probably be actually pretty much like by the theater over here in this area.
Okay,
if that
great.
sounds all right to you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you arrive at a tavern.
What can we see, hear, and smell?
Mm.
You can
Come on,
see
DM,
and
story time.
Meat
you can
pies, meat pies.
you can see and smell a lot of things. This place is fairly like big for a tavern. It's got lively music going on. There's some sort of group playing some music in one of the corners. You can see tons of people just sitting there at the tables. Some people are dancing. You see like various races, various people. All of these
But no
seem to be,
Dragonborn.
yes, except that you don't see many Dragonborn. You do see in the tavern you see one Dragonborn actually, one Dragonborn in there. So not many compared to like the amount of other people. You see elves, you see dwarves, you see humans, you see a few tieflings there as well, and all sorts of people. And yeah, they are also they all seem to be of like a same kind of societal status, that they're not they are, you know, of a lower class, but they are having fun, and the mood seems good.
Okay. I'm going to. Is there like a bar staff walking around, or is the bar far away? What's the layout?
Well, it's all relative. It's not
Yeah.
far away on a cosmic scale.
Well, more like, would someone seat us, or like show us where there's a free seat, or are we just going to have to walk up to the bar and look for a seat or something?
Yeah, I don't think this is that kind of place. I think
Do we
you just
obey
go
the
in there
order
and
before you sit down rule?
I think this is the kind of place where you'd like just have to try and find a place to sit.
Okay. Can we find a place for the five of us?
Well, none of the tables exactly are free for all of you to have a table for your own, but there are a few tables where you could join some people to sit at the same place.
I would like to sit us at the table closest to the people playing music that has 5 available seats.
Is that what everyone else wants?
Or sure, I'll follow you.
Celeste will kind of first go along with it, then realize that what Frid is planning is to go up with them, bring her along, and to jam it off, and then she's enthusiastic about this.
Okay.
Mort is just gonna say we have food at home and just go with it.
Okay.
Uh,
Are there back to like why I started? Are there like bar staff walking around, like carrying out orders, like who we could like order from, or would we have to go up to the bar to order a drink?
You'll have to go and get it yourself.
Okay,
There's
okay.
no like waiting staff in here. No.
Okay. Then I'll ask everyone what they want, and I'll offer to go grab the first round.
You offer to pay for it from your shared money.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, alcohol and 2 meat pies.
Something strong, because I think I'm gonna be too nervous without that.
I am going to order the cheapest thing on the menu.
Thing. I'll just say, order me what sounds good.
Okay. I'm going to go up to the thing, to the bar, and order some alcohol with meat pies, multiple meat pies. One sec.
He's been resupplied.
Did you just order multiple meat
I
pies
think he
in real
did. I
life?
think.
It
Yeah.
that was such good timing.
Yeah. I guess I rolled high on my charisma. So I order 2 meat pies. I order the cheapest thing on the menu. I order to the special. I order what the chef recommends twice, and I order a mug of your strongest alcohol, as well as 2 regular recommended mugs of alcohol.
All right. So the barkeep takes your order, and we can assume later on you go and pick it up. But they tell you that okay, for all of that, it's gonna cost you 83 copper pieces.
I'm gonna subtract that.
And I will have paid that.
All right. I decided to do a bit of a roll on it, and it rolled kind of high. Expensive meal, but
It's all right.
but you were ordering some specials, so you know I think the this might be the kind of place where the chef's special is whatever the last person ordered, and just like triple the price. But yes, you have food, you have drinks, you have it all.
Okay. Definitely going to be drinking before anything else happens.
I will
Now,
down
just-
the strong piece of alcohol in one go.
and then as they're both drinking, I'll just kind of hold my mug up to cheers as they're just downing it. Like, oh, well, anyway, cheers to tomorrow.
General warning of not getting too drunk because we have a job tomorrow.
Oh, it's gonna be fine. My nerves, though, on the other hand, not so much.
After finishing the drink, I'm going to grab Celeste and pull her up to where the people are playing the music, and I'm going to, whilst they're still playing, going to ask, would you care for some extra accompaniments, or alternatively, could we play a song?
One of the players as they finish the current music and the current song, and you ask, as they are like, oh yes, we could take a break, you can do a few pieces here, go ahead.
Okay. Celeste has her bagpipes now, and what fits best with bagpipes, do we think? Lute, flute, or lyre?
Not flyer, definitely not flyer.
It would be an interesting contrast.
I'm gonna assume flute would work the best, so that's what I'll play. And yeah, we'll just jam out to our heart's content.
All right. Well, I would like a performance check from both of you, and for Celeste, I would like it at a disadvantage.
Oh no, I would also like to join in with my trash can drumming.
Oh yes, you can also join in with a roll.
Okay. Is
Uh,
mine also a disadvantage?
No.
Okay.
This is like a
Can
B-Tech
I-
boy band.
Can I, instead of just giving a performance check, give a charisma-based bagpipes check?
Sure.
All right. And I'm gonna use my inspiration to make that a straight roll.
Okay.
Charisma. Roll. Go.
Yeah.
All right. So, so you start kind of improvising some tunes there, and Frida and Mervyn are kind of, jamming out as you would. Celeste is playing along, starts maybe a little bit not so sure about about it all, but then at some point, like half the tavern sort of quiets down a little bit as Celeste plays along, and the music is actually quite beautiful, even though it's coming out of bagpipes.
It's beautiful, but it's just so loud.
Yes, it's loud, but then again, the whole place is quite loud, so it works out. But yes, you perform quite well together, and yeah, is there anything in particular that you're doing as you perform?
Can I make a trophy out of napkins that just says #1 bagpipe player of the year?
You can.
It can be terrible. I don't really care. Yeah, that was what I would like to make.
All right. But is there so anything else that the musicians want to?
Wait, let me just check my routines. I am a singer as well, so I feel like Fred would like to, after the first song with bagpipes, I think I would like to play something with the lute and sing with that.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So
Letting my voice be heard.
So you throw in some songs as well, and yeah, the patrons seem to be quite pleased with your performance. Although after the second song, the performers who were here earlier are now kind of waiting next to you, kind of giving you the look.
On that note, I will let them play their songs again, and if there are people dancing, I shall like to dance with them.
Okay. You go and dance.
Woo.
You do that. You're at a medieval rave. Okay. Is there anything else anybody wants to be doing here in the tavern then?
Just relaxing.
Yeah.
All right.
Nothing we can really do with the tower.
I mean, is there are you conversing with anybody outside of the party? Are you
Is there a shadowy
asking
figure
about
in the
anything?
corner?
No. There
Is
is not.
Aragorn here?
Not in this one. But yeah, you could be discussing, you could be conversing with the local populace, you could be trying to find out some information about something in particular. You could try to just get to know somebody, whatever it is. Or then you could just rest and relax.
How do you guys feel about gambling against the locals?
Not with group money, that's for sure.
Yeah, we got money to spend. How much? 30 now? Just throw away.
42 or something.
No,
Yeah.
I will. Lars will look over at Fred dancing, and then look to find the other Dragonborn in the room.
And
Yep.
And
The other
it-
Dragonborn is part of a small group who are just seem to be enjoying some drinks at another table.
Is there an open seat?
No, like chair by there, but there's there would be room or at the table if somebody were to take a seat there or bring a seat
Then,
to it.
I suppose I will just grab a seat, look at our table, and I'll say, "I'll be back in a bit," and walk over to the Dragonborn. Just say hello to the table, and then I will greet the Dragonborn in Draconic, saying, "How do you do?" As I plop my chair down, and sit down.
The whole table turns their heads and look at you, and the Dragonborn replies to you in Draconic, saying, "What's it to you?"
Oh lord. So I'll just take a quick look around. Am I able to discern their occupation? Like, do they have weapons on them? Are they dressed in armor?
is it a male or female Dragonborn?
Male. They seem you can't really tell what their profession is, but they seem to be
Or-
your regular old citizens.
Oh, okay. Then I will continue the conversation in Draconic by saying, I've noticed that there's very few Dragonborn around, and I was just curious as to why there's so few in such a bustling city.
The Dragonborn looks at you kind of puzzled, and is like, "What do you mean? There's so many of us."
And I'll also look very puzzled and say, "Oh, I haven't seen many on the east side of town. Perhaps I need to expand my travel of the city."
The Dragonborn says, "Perhaps," and then kind of turns to their friends and kind of shakes their head and says like, "I don't know who this is." Speaking
Then
common.
Rejected.
catching the wind of how the conversation is going, I will just stand, grab my seat, and say the last thing Draconic, being, well, if you ever need anything, come find a Silver Dragonborn of the Platinum Gator, and walk off.
As you walk away, you hear that one of the companions says, "Oh, it's one of those."
Oh, then I'll keep walking.
All right.
All right. Celeste will, after having imbibed that drink, let me just quickly do something for myself. Please fail. All right, that's for me a failure. After having imbibed that drink in one go, after an initial light buzz, the alcohol sets in, the drunkenness sets in, and with a small hiccup and a bit of a slur to her speech, she goes, "You know what? I'm gonna join Fred dancing," and goes in and will unconventionally grab Fred and just spin him around.
I'm going to make a strength saving throw against that. See what happens. Where's saving? Do I have a strength saving? Yes, I do.
This cannot end well.
Um,
Oh, it does.
so I have I'm able to stop it, but would I want to? Would Fred want to? Fred would be happy. Fred would lean into it and would take the spin and then after return the spin back to Celeste.
Oh, that's a challenge.
They do the kind of like what's the thing where you put your hand over and then you slide back. It's like I don't know.
I don't know. I know what you're talking about. Don't know the name of the move, but get it.
My exclusive middle school dance move was that.
All right, you're dancing. Congratulations. What is Mervyn doing during all of this?
During all of this, nothing. He's sitting and drinking. But after Lars comes back to the table, I would like to start a conversation. So Lars, when we were in the fight earlier today, Fred did do his breath, right? Yeah. Fred did some really cool lightning breath. And with all this talk about dragonborns and stuff, I was just wondering, what do silver dragons have?
You see him get excited, sit up a little bit straighter, and go, "Oh well, it depends. See, most of us metallic dragonborn, we usually have more of an explosion in their breath, cover more area, less distance. You see the chromatic dragonborns, the colorful ones, will usually have a little more precision, can fire a little bit straighter, but every dragonborn has their ability to use their breath weapon."
Yeah. And
In
you?
my head, that's like screensavers playing right now.
And you? What element is your breath?
That is the frigid winter.
Oh,
So
cool.
we all have innate resistance to our, depending on our color, that element. So relatively a little more complex than humans are, perhaps halflings with their luck, but we have more strength and brawn rather than the elegance of elves and such, or the versatility of humans being able to do seemingly anything.
Yes.
And yourself, what did you end up coming to your magic?
I am a half elf. My father was a human. My mother is an elf. She still lives back in Hinun. But yes, I feel like I've always been one foot in each world. And there's elves in Hinun, but maybe not so many in my neighborhood normally. But yeah, I am. I've never been great with people, with just anyone, but as a half elf, I am slightly more naturally charismatic. Bringing it back up to a neutral 0.
Then take pride in that.
Charismatic since when?
I specifically chose half elf because it would it just naturally balances it out a little better.
Take pride in that.
Yeah.
I can imagine it must be hard not having a solid identity in either world, whereas that's where I like to lay my claim to fame as a dragonborn. Yes. And then I'll kind of lift my scarf scarf and have the patch of Bahamut show and say, most of what I do is in pursuit of strength and glory. What are some of your goals?
Most of what I do is in pursuit of money.
Make cool stuff, do crime.
Do crime. You see?
No, I have a moral code that doesn't always align with the legal code, if you know what I mean.
I do.
Yes. Everyone in Bag Switch does whatever they can to get by, and I have absolutely no issue helping them with things they need. I have on occasion helped someone sneak out of jail. I have I have forged documents for some people. I do what I can for all my neighbors. They're my family. They're they're good people, And just because they have to, take stuff they can't afford doesn't mean that, I mean, they are criminals, but that's not necessarily a negative title in my book.
Oh, so in your mind, then what?
I mean, obviously, the guys we came across today, there were cages for people in that room, so they're not fine. They're not okay. But that's what I mean about moral code.
Unfortunately, in that ideology comes a gray area where subjectivity, knowing the people,
Yes.
will rid them of that criminal label in your mind.
Sure.
Whereas, so I see where you had helped and you perform those tasks in Hewen, where I've lived there for just about all my life as well, and haven't heard of any of your misdeeds. So I can only assume that
I live in the shadows, baby.
it did not have any
low-key.
negative effects.
No.
But I just say, as I've studied gods and divine magic, that staying with your moral code would be beneficial, as it would align you with others who seek to do good, as I believe all of us join the Adventuring Guild to do.
Yeah. I mean, that's
yourself,
definitely.
Buddy.
Yeah.
But as long as you have some morals, I suppose I can't argue with that at all.
Yeah.
And then I'll look to Mort in his bright pink and white adornments and say, I've seen you use some divine magic as well. How did you come across that?
I was born in a monastery a few kilometers away from anyone. And for various reasons, I had to flee that place, mainly because there was a power struggle. And oh, wait, I can just tell you my real character story. Screw that shit. And let's just deal with the consequences from there. So, one second. Let me just
Be interesting.
Yeah, let's just get that out of the way.
Concerned.
Yeah, so I was orphaned at a pretty young age and was adopted by this cleric monastery. And over there, I learned many of the techniques that one light cleric would learn, healing other people. Say, using medicine to save other lives. Maybe a little bit of fire magic. But I've always had this fascination for death and how it works. And only by studying death can we truly understand the nature of life. As I was visiting the graves of my deceased parents, I stumbled across this talking skull, and I was scared shitless, if I'm gonna be totally honest with you in the start. But it wasn't harming anyone. We made a couple of conversations together. His name was Gort. Let's go with Gort. Um, and so he was
Gort's
one
been
of
in
the
his bag this whole time.
Yeah, I was gonna.
he was one of the first friends that I really had in that dreary place. And on one evening, the people over at the monastery saw me talking to Gort, and yeah, they weren't too happy about that. I was locked up in a room and asked to wait for their judgment, whatever that's supposed to be. So, uh, one of the elder monks handed me a crossbow and told me that, yeah, they've decided to kill me and I need to leave as fast as possible.
Oh my god. Give you
So,
a 10 seconds head start.
so I took the crossbow and I just ran. I ran for it. I ran for it. They sent out parties after me, and I tried to avoid their trail, but I was caught by the head of the monastery, who told me not to worry, because they knew that deep down I wasn't a bad person or anything like that. And while people with my abilities were uncommon, it was certainly not unheard of for somebody to have my skills. But suddenly, the leader, the elder, was struck down by this powerful beam of magic. And lo and behold, it was the monk that gave me the crossbow that shot the elder down. And before I knew anything was going on, uh, yeah, he was the elder just lay slain, killed instantly by the bolt, and I could see that he was recovering from using such a sudden uh, amount of magic. I thought that before this, you had to, like, there was a cooldown for each and every single spell. Uh, this was before I knew any of the rules. This when I wrote it. Um, so I shot him between the legs and ran for the hills getting him. I don't know what happened to anyone, or I don't know what happened to the monastery. I've lived in Henowin ever since. And that is my story.
Dear Bahamut, that's quite a bit to go through in a seemingly short time. So, you mind if you tell me a bit more about some of your magic?
Well, I haven't ever since I came to Hanwin, I tried to open up a medicine shop and be a sort of practitioner, general practitioner. But I never really liked the idea of setting up shop in a place. And when I came to Hanowin, I started to find another deity because the original sun god, who's the light cleric god, whoever it is, I don't think he would appreciate having someone under his cadre, one of his cadres, talking to the dead. So I picked the deity Jurgle instead. The abilities that I have and the abilities that Jurgle has blessed me with, as of the current moment, are simply a few necromantic cantrips. You've seen some of them cast in battle already, like Chill Touch. Let me just put that up. And Inflict Wounds. But the path that Jurgle has provided me has a few abilities that some would consider dangerous. Uh,
Slowly
I can
reach for an.
And Morgan's just been scooting
Can I just make
away.
a religion check to see what I know about the deity
Jurgle.
Jurgle?
Yep. Go ahead.
I'll take it.
All right. So Jurgle is fairly well known as kind of a servant to Kalimvor, the Lord of the Dead. And Jurgle is a deity who has a kind of very, how would I say it, very like clear, well, has a particular like interest in the dead, and holding the dead, recording the dead basically,
Yeah.
as the like main thing that they do is like being the like the secretary for
The
Kelemvor.
inventory taker.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot
Yeah.
of paperwork involved when you follow Jurgle's path.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, unlike Kelemvor, Jurgle is one who has a much more open view of using the undead as tools, and not just as something to destroy.
He doesn't believe that death is the end.
Well, just necromancy is a very dangerous school of magic to pursue. I hope that you and I will continuously at least just keep an eye out to see the nature of that necromancy, whether you use it for good or for nefarious purposes.
At least he's not gonna kill me outright.
But but do be wary of other paladins and clerics that, well, I suppose any other magic practitioner or evil seeker, that necromancy more often than not has very negative connotations when you
That's why
associate
I
yourself
got
with
these robes, baby.
it. Say they definitely do divert away from the fact that you're able to communicate with the dead.
Perfect.
But as
Also, a
long
lot
as
of pockets.
as long as everyone's aware and understanding, then I suppose I won't have any problem as long as you maintain a respectable view and use of that magic. And then I'll look over to Mervin, kind of like assuringly nodding, saying, as long as you feel the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thought he was gonna say something like, "No, I've got 2 criminals in the party" or something like that.
I've never met a necromancer, but
I can't necromance anything yet.
Yeah, well, who's saying necromancer? Hold on.
yeah, fine. I've never met a I've never
I
met
can only speak to dead people
death
under certain
wizard.
conditions.
Someone who's able to perform necromancy.
I'm trying to think if Mervin knows the difference between all the different spellcasters. If he's just gonna call every spellcaster wizard. No, that's like very common knowledge. No, he would
If
know. Okay.
I'd say. I mean, that's
Yeah.
up to Dupe
Yeah.
to say if
That's
necromancy
a
would be.
death cleric, but yeah.
Yeah, it's Death Cleric.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mervin is also a spellcaster, so you'd imagine
Mervin
that would
is a
also bring a little bit.
I'm a wizard.
I'm a
Okay.
wizard. You know, Fred, he's also a wizard. Everyone's a wizard.
Yeah.
Everyone can
I-
cast spells here, right?
Yeah.
Not Celeste.
Not Celeste.
Not Celeste. Yes, not Celeste.
Celeste
Celeste
can only
can-
cast light.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, Celeste can cast that, and also can cast the spell
That's a
of being
racial
angry,
trait.
really angry.
Celeste has a really cool spell called Spell of Punch. Yeah, that's quite a bit of
It has
physical
two
damage.
components.
I hear it can incapacitate people.
Yeah. I've never met a death cleric before. But so far, we're cool, bro. I haven't taken any issue with anything you've done, and I hope that you also. And I look at him knowingly because he's the only person who knows about the snare trap that I set.
Oh yeah.
And I say, and I hope that you haven't taken issue with anything I've done.
I'm just gonna do this.
That incident.
It was good stuff.
Yeah. All right. Is there anything like the night is now getting kind of late? Is there anything anyone wants to do to wrap things up in the tavern, or are you happy with all the events? And I would assume that you are probably going to go back to the guild to sleep in your quarters.
What's the music like? Is it still loud and bright, or has it changed tone?
It is still like going strong, but the people dancing are fewer now, far fewer than before. But the band is going still with like a full on set.
Wow. Unless interrupted, I feel like Fred would have continued dancing with Celeste as long as she wanted it. Really, Fred would always be down to dance and sing and party. Really.
And Celeste will continue dancing as long as Fred wants it. And as long as
boy.
music is still going.
Yeah.
So I guess that's what was happening during the deep emotional backstory sharing. Just high power dancing, leading each other around, taking turns of like lifting each other, and all sorts of swings and whatnot and
The
spins.
Titanic, the jig from the Titanic starts
Exactly.
playing.
Who would lift who though? I don't even know if
Can't
I'm
figure
strong
that
enough to do
out.
that.
All right. So, at some point during the night, though, you all end up heading back home. the night is over. You have partied quite a bit, and you have shared your dark stories and know each other a little better now. And I think that brings today's session to a close as well. As you head back and you prep up to rest. So today's day, the in-game day, has now, it took you 2 sessions to go through, so it was quite the long day. But you also got quite a bit done during it, so that's great. And next session next Sunday, of course, as usual, and you'll likely get to actually put your grand plan into action if you still remember it. It's a good thing that Kate is taking notes.
I am taking notes.
So you will have a chance for that, and yeah, who knows what else is gonna happen then next time.
It's all on Mervin's shoulders.
Do you want us to refresh our character sheets now to have like a long rest, or should we do that when we come back?
No, let's do that at the start of next session.
No
We'll do the rest then. But yeah, thanks everyone. I think this was a really great session. I must say
I've ever done in a single session.
I must say I was amazed at how much planning you decided to put into this whole thing, and you spent a long time discussing all the different possibilities, and we'll see if any of that has any bearing on anything next time.
Oh no, guys, we forgot the scenario in which the guy comes with multiple dragons. What are we going to do?
We're giving him too many ideas with our planning.
Yeah. No, it'll just be a 5-minute conversation.
Oh my god.
There's been so much hype, so much build up. If he just hands a slip of paper and says,
"Wait a minute, you're not the person I'm meant to speak with." Teleports out.
Yeah.
I
mean, he can investigate my disguise, I think, if he would think to do that.
There's a reason to do that, yeah.
Yeah.
A simple touch will render the illusion gone, but we'll see what happens next time. Anyways, thanks again everybody, and yeah, see you next Sunday.
See ya.
Bye.
"See you guys."
Bye.
Bye.
And bye to everybody on Twitch as well. Oh yeah, again I forgot my camera gets turned off. Whatever, you can still hear me. Thank you everyone on Twitch as well. Oh yeah, if I go to this, then that's also I need to figure something out about that. Regardless, thank you everyone for joining in on this session of D&D, and I will see you next time. The schedule is posted on Discord and Twitter, so you can check it there. And let's see where we're gonna I'll throw you over to Linaud's stream. We're gonna go there and say hi. And yeah, thanks for joining, and I will see you tomorrow with Final Fantasy VII. That's the thing. See ya.